Chapter 1081. Murderous trap. The flesh rampart looked terrifying, but it was more like a spatial tunnel. However, this tunnel was very strange, as it carried a trace of the martial god's aura. Even a trace of the martial god's aura contained a terrifying power. Not long after they entered, Yifei felt a vast pressure forming a hurricane, trying to blow them out of this space. Dongfang Yu was very experienced. He urged his true Yuan to resist the pressure while reminding Yi Fei, "Brother Yi, the blood rampart carries the martial god's aura. Quickly suppress your strength to half, or the martial god's aura will shatter your soul." "Shattering my soul? That's serious?" Yi Fei was shocked. He sensed carefully and found that after Dongfang Yu suppressed his strength to half, the martial god's aura in the blood rampart no longer targeted Dongfang Yu. Yi Fei understood that it was very likely that a restriction had been placed on the blood barrier. It was to prevent people from sneaking into the martial god's space. Then, a strange expression appeared on Yi Fei's face. Just as Yi Fei was about to be affected by the martial god's aura, Yi Fei was surprised to find that his arm started to glow and heat up. When he pulled up his sleeve to take a look, he saw the 7 stars branded on his arm by the 7 martial gods of the 6 sacred sects. The 7 stars circled his arm. This was a kind of responsibility and also a kind of expectation. It was the only thing the 7 martial gods of the 6 sacred sects had left for him. At first, Yi Fei didn't take the 7 stars seriously. Now, it seemed that the 7 stars weren't just decorations. They contained a mysterious power that could protect him from the suppression of the blood rampart. Yes, the human demon once said that the blood rampart was formed by the flesh and blood of the martial gods. If this blood rampart was formed by one of the martial gods of the 6 sacred sects, he certainly wouldn't hurt me. Yi Fei was very excited about this. What he was most worried about was that he might encounter danger in the Crimson Barrier. Now that he was not affected by the martial god's aura and could maintain his full combat strength, he had an additional life-saving trump card compared to others. Dongfang Yu wasn't as lucky as Yi Fei. He didn't have the 7 stars orbiting arm or the aura of the martial god realm from the flesh bulwark. Dongfang Yu's strength was suppressed by half. While suppressing Dongfang Yu's strength, whoosh! Suddenly, a huge and terrifying howl came from the darkness ahead of them. Could it be that the martial god's aura isn't the only thing in this bloody tunnel? Dongfang Yu was startled. At the same time, Yi Fei suddenly sensed a shocking, killing intent from the darkness. He shouted, "Dongfang Yu, hide! That's the Ice Emperor's frost arrow." Bang! In the end, Dongfang Yu was not Yi Fei, who had the abnormal strength to resist the frost arrow with his body. Almost at the same time as Yi Fei's warning, Dongfang Yu's body had already been blown apart by the frost arrow. Humph! It's not that easy to dodge my Ice Emperor's fatal arrow. In the darkness, a young man with an ice bow walked out slowly. He was the Ice Emperor. His appearance was ordinary, and his aura was ordinary. There was nothing good about the Ice Emperor. However, it was this person who had become an emperor and assassinated Dongfang Yu with an arrow. Dongfang Yu. Yi Fei's eyes turned red. He hadn't known Dongfang Yu for a long time, but they both admired each other. Who would have thought that Dongfang Yu would die like this? "Yi Fei, I'm fine. The Ice Emperor's fatal arrow deserves its reputation. No wonder it's rumored that the Ice Emperor's arrow could kill a half-emperor." Boom! Dongfang Yu rushed out from the broken ice of the frost arrow. His appearance gave the Ice Emperor a fright. The East Blade Emperor and the Desert Flame Emperor, who followed closely behind, were also shocked. How could it be? The Ice Emperor's fatal arrow failed again? Dongfang Yu, who had just escaped death, cupped his fists and thanked Yi Fei. "Brother Yi, thank you for helping me pass through the 9th city of Purgatory. I found a substitute puppet in there. It was this puppet that helped me block a death calamity." "What? A substitute puppet? How could Dongfang Yu have such a treasure? Damn it! Damn it! Yi Fei, Dongfang Yu, you two are the biggest disgrace to me." The Ice Emperor was furious. The East Blade Emperor and the Desert Flame Emperor's faces were as ugly as they could be. One should know that they had planned this ambush to assassinate Dongfang Yu and then join hands to kill Yi Fei. However, the Ice Emperor had failed once again. Their painstaking efforts to ambush him had been completely wasted. Ice Emperor, look at what you've done. How can you be the Emperor of Assassination? The East Blade Emperor and the Desert Flame Emperor were furious. They could understand that the Ice Emperor could not assassinate Yi Fei. However, they could not tolerate the fact that he could not even assassinate the Fist Emperor. After 2 failed assassinations, the Ice Emperor felt as if his pride had been torn apart. He was so angry that his eyes turned green. The dignity of the Ice Emperor is not to be blasphemed. Since you have blasphemed the Ice Emperor, I will use the Ice Emperor to bury you. He roared coldly. Boom! The entire space suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. The Ice Emperor suppressed his anger and pulled the string of the huge frost bow in his hand again. Oh no! We must not let the Ice Emperor use the frost arrow again. Yi Fei was shocked. He had not experienced the frost arrow personally, so he would not know how terrifying it was. It was an assassination arrow that was almost certain to kill. However, the Ice Emperor needed a large amount of time to activate the frost energy between heaven and earth to use such an arrow. The East Blade Emperor and the Desert Flame Emperor also knew this. Although they were unhappy with the Ice Emperor's failure, they still stood in front of him to buy time for the Ice Emperor to condense the frost arrow. Kill! The East Blade Emperor took the lead and charged towards Yi Fei. The Desert Flame Emperor rushed towards Dongfang Yu. The Ice Emperor stood behind them coldly. He was chanting an ancient incantation. At the same time, the huge frost bow was condensing boundless frost energy. We must not let him succeed. When Yi Fei saw the Ice Emperor's actions, he did not hesitate to go around the East Blade Emperor and rush towards the Ice Emperor. At this moment, Dongfang Yu suddenly thought of something. He did not fight immediately. Instead, he roared at the Desert Flame Emperor. Desert Flame Emperor, since you've been lying in ambush here, did you see through my plan? What did you do to my 2 subordinates? What did they do? Ha ha! Northern Fist Emperor, your strategy of sowing dissension is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you may be able to fool the 3 sovereigns, but you can't fool me, Shimin Zun. Don't you know that my title is Strategist King? You're still too inexperienced to use sowing dissension in front of me. Shimin Zun's cold laughter suddenly came from the back of the passage. More than 10 strongest kings followed behind him with cold faces. These strongest kings were hardcore supporters of the Shenwu Sacred Academy. However, Yi Fei did not notice these people, but the 2 bloody heads in Shimin Zun's hands. It's the Tiger King and the Lion King. Ah! Dongfang Yu roared in anger. The Tiger King and the Lion King were his most loyal subordinates. They were not only Dongfang Yu's subordinates, but also his brothers. Now, they had all died in front of Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu was so angry that his eyes were bleeding. Chapter 1082. Counterattack, Shimin Zun. I want you to pay with your life. The death of Lion King and Tiger King drove Dongfang Yu into a frenzy. He even abandoned the battle with Desert Flame Emperor and rushed towards Shimin Zun recklessly. Kill! The terrifying fist radiance, along with Dongfang Yu's hatred and killing intent, shrouded Shimin Zun and the dozen strongest kings behind him. However, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, there was a flash of mockery. Haha! North Fist Emperor, do you think you're still an emperor here? His strength has been suppressed by half. There are so many of us, we can definitely kill him. Yes, let's go together and kill him. Without waiting for Shimin Zun's order, the dozen strongest kings behind him had already rushed towards Dongfang Yu. Although Dongfang Yu's combat strength was amazing, he was under the special restriction of the flesh aegis. His strength could not be fully displayed. However, it was different for Shimin Zun and the other strongest kings. Although their strength was also suppressed by half, their combined strength was enough to contend with an emperor whose strength was also reduced by half. Besides, killing an Huangqi cultivator was a glorious thing. They had joined the divine martial sacred courtyard, so nobody wanted to give up that opportunity, including Shiminzun. Very quickly, they surrounded Dongfangyu and tried to kill him. Desert Flame Emperor did not participate in the siege. Dongfangyu is already a trapped beast. Compared to Dongfangyu, killing Yi Fei is the key to our victory. Desert Flame Emperor, come and help me. His strength has been reduced by half. With 2 against 1, we may be able to kill Yi Fei without the Ice Emperor's help. East Blade Emperor kept calling for Desert Flame Emperor to help. Compared to killing the North Fist Emperor, killing Yi Fei was more valuable. Kill. Desert Flame Emperor immediately rushed over and began to besiege Yi Fei together with East Blade Emperor. Dongfangyu suddenly became anxious. Yi Fei, don't worry about me. Run away. He understood that the Flesh Aegis was a trap set by the 3 emperors. 2 of his brothers had died because of him. Dongfangyu did not want Yi Fei to die with him. Seeing this, Yi Fei secretly nodded. Dongfangyu is a good person. I didn't befriend him for nothing. You risked your life to let me go. How can I watch you die here? Since this is a death trap, then we will be able to break out of it by killing all these people. What? Kill us all? Yi Fei, you are indeed very arrogant. The East Blade Sovereign was thoroughly enraged. He turned his body into a saber. Boundless saber light formed a terrifying saber wheel that swept over like a silver hurricane. He wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Fei into pieces with a single slash. Return of the Fire Dragon. The Desert Flame Emperor roared like a giant. The flames on his body erupted like a volcano, forming a terrifying flaming cloud. In the cloud, a huge flaming dragon opened its mouth and spat out dragon flames, diving towards Yi Fei. At the same time, the Desert Flame Emperor used some unknown method to merge his own primordial spirit with the East Blade Emperor's primordial spirit. The 2 of them stood back to back, forming a miraculous joint attack. In this way, the Flesh Bulwark's influence on them disappeared. Even though half of their cultivation bases were suppressed, when they joined forces, the combat power they released was still on par with a real ruler. Yi Fei couldn't help but admire the 2 of them. The Ice Emperor, who had absolute assassination ability, and the Desert Flame Emperor and the East Blade Sovereign, who could combine their aura to form a joint attack. None of these emperors were simple. If other emperors were to face this situation, they would be facing a death trap. Unfortunately, they were facing Yi Fei. East Blade Emperor, Great Desert Flame Emperor, open your eyes wide and take a good look at whether I'm speaking nonsense or not. Kill. Yi Fei touched his space belt, and a golden sacred sword appeared in his hand. With the sword in his hand, Yi Fei's fighting spirit was boiling. He didn't use his full strength to fight against the Desert Flame Emperor and the East Blade Sovereign. Instead, he pretended to be weak. Yi Fei only used half of his strength to wield the golden sacred sword. Taiji's sword. Swoosh. With a swing of the sacred sword, a purplish-gold Taiji sword diagram was formed, blocking the raging flames in the surroundings. Seeing this, the East Blade Emperor and the Desert Flame Emperor grinned. Haha, Yi Fei, no matter how strong you are, your strength has been reduced by half. You are just a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Why aren't you accepting your death? Fire Dragon Summoning. The Desert Flame Emperor let out a dragon roar. In the sky, a giant fire dragon roared. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Yi Fei whole. Yi Fei, you don't know what's good for you. You killed the South Spear Sovereign and destroyed my Divine Martial Sacred Academy's 100 years of plan. Today I, the East Blade Sovereign, will kill you and uphold justice on behalf of the heavens and return my Divine Martial Sacred Academy to its former glory. The East Blade Sovereign raised his blade and shouted. His saber also became filled with Dao Qi. Traces of saber light actually merged with the heavenly Dao. With a boom, the heavenly Dao was enraged and unleashed a deadly saber strike. The terrifying saber light caused a passageway formed by the flesh barrier to distort and deform. Bang! The extremely sharp blade instantly shattered the Taiji sword diagram and slashed towards Yi Fei's neck. The golden holy sword in Yi Fei's hand suddenly spun. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. The resplendent sword light suddenly lit up the entire tunnel. Roar! However, before Yi Fei could condense the sword light, the fire dragon of the great desert flame emperor had already arrived in the sky. The dragon opened its mouth and bit Yi Fei's shoulder. Yi Fei immediately felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The hand that was holding the sword also trembled violently. The sword light on the sword was about to collapse at any time. Without the sword light, Yi Fei was really a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He can't take it anymore. His cultivation has been reduced by half by the flesh bulwark. Ha ha ha. Yi Fei, it's time for you to die. We will bring your head to the divine, martial, sacred academy. Kill. Seeing that Yi Fei was injured, the Desert Flame Emperor and the East Blade Emperor were overjoyed. The East Blade Emperor's blade technique was the fastest. He continuously waved his blade, and layers of blade radiance shattered the void. The distorted tunnel was about to collapse. Roar! The roar of the fire dragon could be heard from the sky. After the successful attack, the Desert Flame Emperor immediately controlled the fire dragon and wanted to use the same trick to cripple Yi Fei's hand. Kill! Yi Fei's trembling hand suddenly became nimble. The sword radiance that was about to collapse also became twice as strong as before. It formed a purple-gold sword radiance that was as thick as a water bucket. It whistled and slashed forward towards the East Blade Emperor's throat. This time, Yi Fei also used his full strength. Dang! The blade and sword turned into two stars and collided violently. Chapter 1083. Three sovereigns wiped out. How is this possible? How can he still burst forth with such strong combat prowess when he is suppressed by the restriction? The East Saber Monarch was shocked. He used all his strength to hold his saber with both hands, preventing it from being knocked away by Yi Fei's sword. Roar! When the great Desert Yin Emperor discovered that the East Saber Monarch was in danger, he formed hand seals. Suddenly, the fiery light filling the sky turned into 10 huge flame dragons. They extended their flaming claws and bombarded Yi Fei continuously. However, Yi Fei did not even look at the fire dragons. His body already burst forth with a dazzling purple-gold light. It formed a resplendent Taiji sphere, protecting him firmly. Boom! 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 The flaming claws of the 10 fire dragons continuously struck the purple-gold Taiji sphere, creating a series of sparks. However, the purple-gold Taiji sphere, which had merged with the power of despair thrice, was too strong. At this moment, the purple-gold Taiji sphere could not only block the bombardment of quintessence, but also endure a certain amount of impact for a short period of time. Kill! Relying on the time that the purple-gold Taiji sphere bought, Yi Fei raised his sword and charged forward. His eyes looked like a crazed demon. His crazed gaze and crazy sword technique made the East Saber Monarch and the Desert Flame Emperor tremble. Not good. His strength did not weaken. The flesh barrier is actually ineffective against him. Damn it! The East Saber Monarch was furious. They chose to ambush Yi Fei here because the martial god aura here could suppress Yi Fei's cultivation. In the end, Yi Fei was actually not affected by this pressure and was still able to unleash his full strength. The East Blade Sovereign was a little flustered. In a hurry, he hurriedly grasped his battle blade with both hands and did his best to block Yi Fei's descending golden holy sword. Dang! The saber and sword clashed violently again, creating a thunderous sound. Yi Fei did not show any mercy. Since his first strike did not work, he immediately followed up with a second strike, a third strike, a fourth strike, a fifth strike. Yi Fei's sword was too fast. More terrifyingly, the quintessence in Yi Fei's body was extremely dense. The 8 primordial spirits were like 8 huge rivers. Primordial chi surged and turned into waves that fused into Yi Fei's sword aura. At this moment, the sword aura was like a mountain and even more like a river. Yi Fei's sword was more ferocious and powerful than the previous one. The purple gold sword light eventually turned into countless afterimages as it continuously slashed at the East Saber Sovereign saber. In the end, the sound of a bowstring breaking could be heard. Bang! The East Blade Monarch watched in horror as his golden warblade was actually sliced in half by Yi Fei's hundreds of consecutive strikes. A purple-gold swordlight followed the crack in the warblade and slashed towards the East Blade Monarch's body. Great Desert Flame Emperor, quickly come and save me. The East Blade Emperor was scared out of his wits. The connection between the East Saber Sovereign and the Great Desert Flame Sovereign suddenly broke. At this moment, the East Saber Sovereign finally tasted what it meant to reap what he sowed. When they used the restriction of the Flesh Bulwark to weaken Yi Fei and Dongfang Yu, their own strength was also weakened. When the East Saber Sovereign realized that his joint attack had been severed by Yi Fei's crazy Taiji sword, he only had time to take a step back. Then, he was horrified to see a purple-gold sword light appear before his eyes. PFFF. The sword light flashed, and a head fell. The head of the East Blade Emperor still carried the terrified head as it rushed into the sky and then scattered to the ground. Before it could land, Yi Fei had already grabbed the head of the East Blade Emperor and raised it up. The East Saber Sovereign is dead. Ice Emperor, the next one is you. Kill. Yi Fei's body was bathed in blood. It was all the blood that the East Saber Sovereign spurted out before he died. He held the sword in one hand and the East Saber Sovereign's head in the other. Then, he charged towards the Polar Ice Emperor like a meteor. Damn it! How can he not be suppressed by the restriction? We have miscalculated. At this moment, the Polar Ice Emperor had reached the most critical moment of condensing the Frost Arrow. However, the sudden death of the East Saber Sovereign had caught him off guard. Therefore, the Polar Ice Emperor could only draw his bow before the Frost Arrow was fully formed. Swoosh! The cold air whizzed past and formed a huge frost arrow, which flew towards Yi Fei. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Polar Ice Emperor, you have sneak attacked me twice in a row. Now you want to sneak attack me a third time? Life and death fist. Boom! Yi Fei withdrew his sword and punched out. A terrifying fist aura emerged from Yi Fei's body. This fist aura was even more powerful than the fist aura of Dongfang Yu, the king of boxing. It formed a terrifying profound of life and death, which struck forward. The huge frost arrow was smashed into pieces with one punch. Boundless Death Chi also smashed a huge hole in the Ice Emperor's chest. The Ice Emperor looked at Yi Fei in shock. The Ice Emperor was an expert in assassination. He could only spit out a word with difficulty before his remaining life was taken away by the profound of life and death. His broken body fell to the ground. The Ice Emperor died with his eyes wide open. The East Saber Sovereign is dead. The Ice Emperor is dead too. Yi Fei, you monster! You murderous demon! The Desert Flame Emperor's face was filled with despair. When Yi Fei killed the East Saber Sovereign and the Ice Emperor, the Desert Flame Emperor launched all kinds of attacks on Yi Fei. Fire Dragon, Firebird, Fire Fist, and Fire Saber. The Desert Flame Emperor had already used all kinds of martial arts. However, the purple gold Tai Chi was impenetrable. If the Desert Flame Emperor's cultivation had not been suppressed, he might have been able to use the strength of his physical body to forcefully shatter it. Unfortunately, the Flesh Bulwark had also reduced his cultivation by half. The Desert Flame Emperor finally understood what despair was. Hurry up and run. The Desert Flame Emperor's face was filled with despair. He suddenly turned around and tried to escape from the flesh barrier. His speed was extremely fast. Under normal circumstances, when an emperor focused on escaping, even Yi Fei wouldn't be able to catch up with him. However, Yi Fei had already suffered once. How could he suffer a second time? Just as the Desert Flame Emperor was escaping with the help of the Fire Shield. Roar! On the ground of the tunnel, a rainbow-colored little tortoise crawled out from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it became extremely huge. Its huge body blocked the entire tunnel. The Desert Flame Emperor accidentally bumped into it. He felt as if he had bumped into a mountain. The impact made him dizzy and his fire shield collapsed. This damned tortoise! I'm going to tear you apart. The Desert Flame Emperor was fuming with anger. This was the crucial moment of his escape, and he actually bumped into a tortoise. This feeling was really terrible. However, before the Desert Flame Emperor could vent his anger on the dragon tortoise, the dragon tortoise was already dead. Suddenly, an aura of death appeared behind him. Yi Fei, spare my life. I can go with you. The Desert Flame Emperor turned around in despair. He was unwilling. He was a young emperor with a bright future ahead of him. How could he be willing to die like this? What answered the Desert Flame Emperor was a cold sword light that was filled with the aura of death. Then there was a bloody head. Spare you? If I spare you, who will spare me? Enemies cannot be controlled. Those who offend me will be killed no matter how far they are. Yi Fei kept his golden sacred sword and grabbed the Desert Flame Emperor's head. Then, he lifted the East Blade Emperor's head. Without saying anything, he threw them all at Shimanzun's feet. Shimanzun, it's time for us to settle our grudges. No, Brother Yi. Please leave this treacherous man to me. I want to use his blood to pay tribute to my two brothers who died. Kill. Chapter 1084. Martial Spirit's City Dongfang, you had gone crazy. The death of Lion King and Tiger King was too much of a shock to him. When the East Blade Emperor and the other two were still alive, Dongfang Yu still had some concerns. Now that the three emperors were all killed by Yi Fei, Dongfang Yu finally went completely crazy. He began to give up defense and just attacked crazily, killing the dozen strongest kings. Although Dongfang Yu was affected by the seal and half of his cultivation was suppressed, he was still a young emperor. Having said that, he was a young ruler after all. Even if he suppressed half of his cultivation base, he was still terrifying when he went crazy. Puff! Under the bright fist light, a strongest king's head exploded, dying a violent death. Dongfang Yu turned his fist into a palm and suddenly slapped out. Another strongest king died on the spot. His whole head was slapped into his chest. The one who died the most was Shimanzun. He was torn apart by the crazy Dongfang Yu. Before he died, Shimanzun kept screaming. His heart was full of regret, pain, unwillingness, and resentment. Yi Fei, if you were not affected by the seal, the one who would die would be you. It would be you. I, Shimanzun, hate you. After letting out the last scream, Shimanzun's whole body had been smashed into pieces by Dongfang Yu's lightning-fast fist. Only his hideous head told the strong resentment in his heart. Puff! As the last strongest king was killed, Dongfang Yu's legs suddenly went soft. He knelt down in the bloody ground in front of the dead Lion King and Tiger King. Lion King, Tiger King, you are not only my subordinates, but also my brothers. We agreed that we would step into the peak of martial arts together. Because of my negligence, you died halfway. I, Dongfang Yu, owe you 2 lives. Murmuring, Dongfang Yu's eyes gradually became red. He clenched his fists and hammered the ground until the bone was bleeding, but it still could not resolve the pain in his heart. Sigh. Yi Fei sighed and stood far away. He didn't try to persuade him, nor was he able to. A brother who had gone through life and death with him had died in front of him. That kind of pain wasn't something that could be soothed by a few words of consolation. Dongfang Yu, what do you plan to do next? After a moment of silence, Yi Fei asked, Yi Fei, you go first. I'm in a mess. I want to spend more time with my brothers. Dongfang Yu knelt on the ground absent-mindedly without looking back. Take care. Yi Fei nodded understandingly. Dongfang Yu really needed time to calm down. Turning around, Yi Fei quickly left the bloody passage. Behind him came Dongfang Yu's painful and repressed cries. Men don't cry easily, only when they are deeply hurt. Dongfang Yu, I hope you can pull yourself together. Martial God Space, I'll be waiting for you. Yi Fei looked back with a heavy heart. Although he wanted to comfort Dongfang Yu, he still stepped into the martial God Space resolutely. Pain can break a person, but it can also make a person stronger. Dongfang Yu and I belong to the latter. After sorting out his emotions, Yi Fei started to size up the land of buried gods, the most mysterious battle god space. He was surprised to find that this space was actually a complete world. Yes, it said that the martial god can create me and the world with a single thought. The martial god space is actually the inner world of the martial god. He just didn't know whether this martial god space was the world of the 13 martial gods or the world of the human demon. If it was the 13 martial gods, it would be fine. If it was the human demon, he would have to be very careful. On the way, Yifei also sorted out his gains in the flesh rampart. The Desert Flame Emperor's space belt was given to Dongfang Yu. Yifei kept the space belts of the East Blade Emperor and the Polar Ice Emperor, especially the Polar Ice Emperor's ice bow. It was very powerful. If a half-emperor wasn't careful, he could be killed by the ice arrows. This ice bow was a very powerful treasure. Its power even surpassed that of a supreme imperial weapon. Yifei suspected that it might be a broken quasi-emperor weapon because he found several huge cracks on the ice bow. It was also these cracks that limited the power of the ice bow. Otherwise, Yifei wouldn't have been able to block the arrow at the Imperial Fist City, even if he had mastered the life and death mysteries. I didn't expect the Ice Emperor to have a broken quasi-emperor weapon. It seems like the Ice Emperor's background isn't simple. The East Blade Emperor is strong, but his treasures aren't as precious as the Ice Emperor's. However, I can give the East Blade Emperor's treasures to Xia Jun. After all, they both use blades. Yifei pondered silently. The Lion King and the Tiger King's encounter made Yifei a little worried about the strength of Xia Jun's brothers. Although it was only a small world, the martial god's small world was very vast. After flying for about 3 days, Yifei flew out of a forest and saw a tall city wall in the distance. He could faintly see many martialists entering and leaving the city wall. These martialists were very young. The youngest was only 11 or 12 years old. However, their cultivation bases were very terrifying. Even children of 11 or 12 years old were generally in the half-saint realm. The auras of the 20-something-year-old youths were about the same as the West Sword Monarch, the Great Desert Flame Monarch, and the others. When Yifei saw this, he was flabbergasted. Dongfang Yu is right. The disciples of these quasi-emperor noble clans are all very strong. Young sovereigns are the strongest in the buried god's land. However, in the martial god space, they can only rank below average. Then, Yifei's expression gradually turned excited. The stronger these people were, the more it showed how precious the treasures in the martial god space were. Otherwise, so many quasi-emperor noble clans disciples would not come here for experiential training. Following these disciples from a distance, Yifei soon arrived at a huge ancient city, Martial Spirit City. He was very shocked that the martial god space actually had a city. There were even guards at the city gates. This put Yifei in a difficult position. I'm not a disciple of a quasi-emperor noble clan. I wonder if they will see through me if I enter the city. Yifei felt somewhat worried. After all, he had barged in through the flesh barrier. Compared to the quasi-emperor noble clan's disciples, he was more like a thief who had snuck in. If he got caught, the consequences would be severe. Yifei did not dare to enter the city rashly. Instead, he slowly approached the city gates. At the same time, he secretly observed how these quasi-emperor noble clan disciples entered the city. He observed for a while. Suddenly, a clamor came from the city gates. Quickly make way. Fairy Meng Yao and young Master Wu Dao are about to enter the city. If you delay their test, you will have to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the cultivators entering and leaving the city gates quickly moved to the left and right. At the same time, a group of young men and women riding mutated beasts rushed over from the distance. These people no longer wore luxurious clothes, but all sorts of resplendent peak-quality monarch tools, gold-threaded robes, and cloud-treading boots. The youth in the lead even gave off a faint, terrifying aura. Yifei sensed it and found that this aura was very similar to the aura of the ice bow. Chapter 1085. Lawless FA's appearance caused an uproar among the cultivators around Martial Spirit City. Yifei was also forcefully pushed to the back. If he wasn't tall enough to stretch his neck and see outside, he probably wouldn't even have been able to see the strange beasts running around. However, Yi Fei's attention was different from the others. The cultivators who came out were all focused on lawless FA and the legalist guards. Yi Fei was focused on a woman sitting among the strange beasts. This woman was none other than one of the 5 great prodigies of the northern region, Chun Mingyao. This could be considered an old friend meeting, but Yi Fei wasn't happy. Instead, he was filled with murderous intent. He hadn't forgotten how Chun Mingyao betrayed him in the outer seas in order to save her life. As a result, he was hunted down by the Sky Sword sect in Divine Dragon Island the moment he left the northern region. He hadn't forgotten how many of the second batch of cultivators had died in the belly of the fish because of Chun Mingyao's betrayal. Even though Lin Tianjiao had told Yi Fei that Chun Mingyao had betrayed him in order to survive, Yi Fei still couldn't forgive Chun Mingyao's actions. This Chun Mingyao is quite scheming. After entering the middle ground, she didn't go to the sacred court. Instead, she walked together with a disciple of a quasi-emperor clan. Standing in the crowd, Yi Fei could clearly see a handsome young man sitting on Chun Mingyao's strange beast. The two of them shared a strange ride and seemed to be very close. Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. If Fu Renjie saw this scene, who knew what he would think? However, even Lin Tianjiao and Chun Mingyao came to the middle ground safely. As long as Fu Renjie isn't dead, he must be here too. I can find the Divination King later to tell Fu Renjie's fortune. Yi Fei lowered his head and gradually hid himself in the crowd. At this moment, Chun Mingyao seemed to sense something and glanced at the crowd in confusion. She had vaguely seen a familiar figure. It looked like Yi Fei, but she couldn't be sure. Mingyao, what's wrong? Is there someone rude to you in this group? Humph, point him out, and I'll immediately dig out his eyes. Lawless F.A. was just like his name. He was very lawless. Although he was handsome, he was very possessive. Noticing that the woman in his arms seemed to be paying attention to another man, Pathless F.A.'s voice was filled with concern, but he still felt a little displeased. Chun Mingyao had always wanted to marry into a quasi-emperor family, so of course she was aware of F.A. Wu Dao's temper. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Wu Dao, don't be rash. These are all disciples of quasi-emperor families. If we attack them, it may affect you negatively." Humph, they're just a bunch of branch family disciples. I don't even need to lift a finger to kill them. F.A. Wu Dao said disdainfully. He did not put the surrounding cultivators in his eyes. Quasi-emperor clans were also ranked according to their rank, and the legalism school was definitely one of the strongest clans. At the same time, F.A. Wu Dao was the second son of the current leader of the school of legalism. His status was so high that even the branch family disciples of the other families could only look up to him. This was also the reason why the surrounding cultivators hurriedly scattered when they heard that F.A. Wu Dao had entered the city. They were all branch family disciples. They could not afford to offend the first son of these clans. The two half-emperor guards at the city gate bowed when they saw F.A. Wu Dao leading a large group of people into the city. They did not even bother to collect the entrance fee. This made many disciples of the other clans angry. However, there was nothing they could do. The guards of Martial Spirit City were from the legalism school. If they turned a blind eye, no one could blame them. Many female cultivators looked enviously at Chun Mingyao, who was in F.A. Wu Dao's arms. This made Chun Mingyao very proud. Although she had no choice but to betray Yi Fei in the outer seas, she had never been able to get over it. But ever since she came to the central continent, she had seen the world and met a quasi-emperor clan disciple like F.A. Wu Dao. Her guilt had quickly dissipated into thin air. In any case, Yi Fei was abandoned by the heavens. Even if I didn't betray him, he would definitely be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Besides, if I didn't betray him, Fu Renjie wouldn't have left me. I wouldn't have met a quasi-emperor family disciple like F.A. Wu Dao. This is fate. I, Chun Mingyao, am destined to be incomparably noble, a phoenix in the sky. As for people like Yi Fei and Fu Renjie who come from remote and desolate places, their lives are naturally cheap. Even if they work 10 times or 100 times harder, they still cannot compare to a single strand of hair from a quasi-emperor clan. I did not do anything wrong by betraying Yi Fei. I will never regret leaving Fu Renjia. Chun Mingyao finally let go of the last shred of guilt as she enjoyed the envious gazes of many powerful cultivators. She seemed to want to show off to the women around her. Chun Mingyao's face was full of happiness as she snuggled into F.A. Wudao's arms. F.A. Wudao laughed maniacally when he felt the beauty's obedience. He led his entourage and rode on strange beasts. They charged through the city and soon disappeared from the city gate. It was only then that some of the disciples of the other clans began to curse angrily. Bah, what's there to be arrogant about? If not for the name of the legalism school, how could F.A. Wudao be so arrogant? You can't say that. F.A. Wudao has the right to be arrogant. It's said that his bloodline is the strongest in this generation of the legalism school. He's highly valued. Yeah, I heard that too. F.A. Wudao must have come to Martial Spirit City this time for the Martial Spirit Tablet. Brother, what's the Martial Spirit Tablet? A voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. However, when everyone turned around, they couldn't find the person who asked the question. The cultivators who were discussing were all stunned. Why would a voice suddenly appear out of nowhere? It was a little strange. However, when they heard this question, there were still some disciples of the other clans who thought highly of themselves. They sighed disdainfully. Who is this? As a disciple of a clan, he doesn't even know about the Martial Spirit Tablet. How ignorant! A 12 or 13-year-old kid added, I know about the Martial Spirit Tablet. According to the elders, it's an ancient tablet used to test geniuses. Anyone who can shake the Martial Spirit Tablet has the potential to become a martial monarch in the future, if you can leave your name on it. You can even become a martial emperor. Well said. The Martial Spirit Tablet is a prediction of your future potential, so you have to think of a way to shake the Martial Spirit Tablet and prove your potential. Only then will your clans focus on nurturing you. Otherwise, you'll end up like the two of us and be stuck at the half-emperor realm for the rest of your lives. All you can do is guard the gate. A half-emperor guarding the gate suddenly said. Another face smiled and said, Of course, if you want to go to the Martial Spirit Tablet to test your potential, you have to pay the heavenly Tao golden leaf first before you can enter the city. Everyone don't hide it. Hurry up and hand over the heavenly Tao golden leaf. Fuck, this is simply skinning us alive. But for the Martial Spirit Tablet, we'll do it. The disciples of the other clans gathered at the gate were very depressed. However, in front of the half-emperors, they behaved themselves. They each took out a golden leaf and handed it to the guard before entering the city. So that's how it is. The golden leaf is the proof to enter the Martial Spirit City. No wonder the West Sword Monarch wanted to kill Zhao Yu back then. I also discovered the same thing on the East Saber Monarch and the Desert Flame Monarch. Needless to say, the East Saber Monarch and his group did all they could to enter the martial god space for the Martial Spirit Tablet. After all, no one could guarantee that a cultivator could become a martial monarch. The Martial Spirit Tablet, which could predict one's potential, was very valuable. Not only could it strengthen a cultivator's confidence, but more importantly, it could also help these quasi-emperor clans make the most accurate judgment. Thus, they would not waste their resources on disciples who could not break through to martial monarch. At the same time, the quasi-emperor clans could use the resources they saved on their disciples with the most potential, allowing them to grow quickly. In the long run, it would be impossible for the quasi-emperor clans not to become strong. On the other hand, the 4 sacred academies did not have a treasure like the Martial Spirit Tablet that could predict one's potential. They could only focus on nurturing their disciples. If a disciple they nurtured failed to break through to martial monarch, the Sacred Academy's large amount of resources would go waste. With this, the quasi-emperor clans would naturally surpass the Sacred Academies. Hence, the Sacred Academies were only the strongest in the Central Province on the surface. The quasi-emperor clans were the true core of the Central Province. Chapter 1086. Martial Spirit steely understanding this, Yi Fei could not help but feel even more curious about the Martial Spirit steel. The Martial Spirit should be the martial god soul. to be able to use the martial god soul to test a cultivator's potential. The person who created this steel must be an absolute genius. After handing over a golden leaf, Yifei successfully snuck into Martial Spirit City. The two half-emperor guard to the city gates did not discover anything wrong with Yifei. After all, the martial god space had always been a place for quasi-emperor clans to train. They had never imagined that someone would be so bold as to forcefully break through the flesh barrier and successfully sneak in. Martial Spirit City was not very large, and there were not many facilities inside. At the end of the day, this was just a place for disciples of clans to rest and interact with one another. The true martial god space had far too many secret places waiting for them to explore. However, the first thing that every cultivator who entered had to do was head to the Martial Spirit Steel to test their potential. Martial Spirit City became extremely lively with Wu Dao FA's entry. Many cultivators headed in the direction of the Martial Spirit Steel on their own accord. There was no need to ask around. Yifei successfully followed the crowd and arrived before the Martial Spirit Steel. It was a huge steel. It looked like a mountain that had been turned into a steel. Using a mountain as a steel was something that only the experts of ancient times could do. Wu Dao Fa stood before the Martial Spirit Steel sternly. He looked at the densely packed names on the steel and explained to Qin Mingyao beside him. Look, Mingyao, this is the Martial Spirit Steel. Anyone who can leave their name on the Martial Spirit Steel will become a quasi-emperor at the very least. Quasi-emperor? Qin Mingyao's eyes could not help but light up. This is an era where the martial way has declined. Without martial emperors, quasi-emperors are the strongest existences. It would be great if you could leave your name on it. That way, she would become the wife of a quasi-emperor. How glorious would that be? Ha ha ha, it's just leaving my name. What's so difficult about that? I, Dallas Fa, have the best talent and bloodline. No one in the legalist school can beat me. Today, I'll definitely leave my name on this steel. Dallas Fa was very confident. His self-confidence was born with an innate arrogance that stemmed from his faith in his clan and his bloodline. Sensing his confidence, Qin Mingyao smiled and said, "Keep it up, Dallas. I believe in you. Watch me." Fa Wu Dao walked towards a martial spirit tablet step by step with great conviction. This was the main reason why he had come. Not only did he want to shake up the martial soul tablet, but he also wanted to leave his name on it. That way, no one in the school of legalism would be able to surpass him. At this time, the spectating martial artists were already 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. When they saw Fa Wu Dao's actions and heard his confident words, many warriors were shocked. Then they sighed. As expected of lawless laws, different realms lead to different pursuits. We only hope to shake the martial spirit tablet. Lawless laws has already left our names behind. Leaving one's name behind isn't that simple. Do you see that? Those who can leave their names behind are all geniuses of the ancient era. In our generation, there's only one Tian Fa quasi-emperor. 300 years ago, he barely managed to leave his name behind. Tian Fa quasi-emperor is indeed powerful. When he became a quasi-emperor, he wanted to leave the true martial sacred academy and establish his own sect. For that, he went as far as to kill several old quasi-emperors of the true martial sacred academy. He never recovered from that. He's a ruthless person. Yifei mixed in with the crowd. He never thought that he would coincidentally overhear the secret of the true martial sacred academy's decline. Only the disciples of quasi-emperor clans dared to talk about such a secret. If it were the kings of the land of buried gods, they probably would have been silenced long ago if they dared to say something like that. Tian Fa quasi-emperor? He came from the true martial sacred academy. Why did he betray the academy and establish his own sect? However, the true martial sacred academy is indeed powerful to be able to nurture a quasi-emperor. Yifei was originally rather worried about joining the declining true martial sacred academy. However, when he heard that the true martial sacred academy had nurtured a quasi-emperor, he suddenly felt more confident in the true martial sacred academy. Rumble. A group of cultivators gathered together and chatted. Fa Wu Dao had already arrived before the martial spirit steel with great confidence. Afterwards, a huge fate wheel appeared behind Fa Wu Dao. The fate wheel was extremely powerful. It vaguely radiated with the terrifying might of the world. Heavens, Fa Wu Dao really does have the strongest bloodline of the school of legalism. He's managed to cultivate the strongest fate wheel of the school of legalism at such a young age. The fate wheel of the world is the strongest power of the school of legalism. I wonder how much power Fa Wu Dao can unleash right now. Stop talking. Look, Fa Wu Dao is about to attack. The fate wheel of the world. Fa Wu Dao condensed his fate wheel. Immediately, it shone brightly. The fate wheel behind him constantly expanded. In the end, it actually became the same size as the martial spirit steel. A dense aura of the heavenly ways appeared on the fate wheel. It condensed into 4 layers of light and suddenly collided with the martial spirit steel. Rumble. The huge martial spirit steel shook violently. Afterwards, the entire martial spirit city began to tremble gently. Fa Wu Dao is just too powerful. He's only a half-saint, but he's already condensed 40% of the heavenly ways' power. He might even be able to leave his name on the martial spirit steel. Look, the martial spirit steel's restrictions are about to activate. Countless eyes widened. Many cultivators tried their best to squeeze forward. They wanted to witness a miracle up close. Yifei struggled to squeeze through the crowd. He was still shocked when he saw Fa Wu Dao's 40% of the heavenly ways power. 40% of the heavenly ways power. Fa Wu Dao has defeated all the rulers of the land of buried gods, all by himself. The descendants of quasi-emperor clans really are powerful. It's a pity that even an expert like him, who can kill any ruler, instantly can't leave his name on the martial spirit steel. Unlike others, Yi Fei possessed the eye of lightning punishments. He could see through the blinding light of the martial spirit steel and see everything that happened on the steel. He could clearly see that Fa Wu Dao's huge fate wheel had caused the martial spirit steel to shake violently. At the same time, Fa Wu Dao used his hand as a blade when he struck the martial spirit steel, carving his name on the steel. It was this action that triggered the restrictions within the martial spirit steel. Immediately, a ball of terrifying black light erupted from the base of the steel. It silently wiped out Fa Wu Dao's name mercilessly. At the same time, 12 stars appeared on the martial spirit steel. They all surged into Fa Wu Dao's body as streaks of light. Arg! Fa Wu Dao roared out. After the 12 stars entered his body, his fate wheel actually underwent a transformation. The 4 halos on the fate wheel became 6. 6 halos. 6 layers of the heavenly ways fate wheel. Chapter 1087. Test afterwards. Yi Fei's eyes reddened uncontrollably. He was envious. They were all training in the land of buried gods, but the training of these clans was far superior to that of emperors like him. Shaking the martial spirit tablet would grant him an increase in the force of the world. This reward was simply heaven-defying. In particular, Yi Fei was someone who had been abandoned by the heavens. He was unable to comprehend the force of the world on his own. Now, all he had to do was shake the martial spirit tablet and have a chance to increase his force of the world. Yi Fei would never let go of this opportunity. Yi Fei even wanted to charge out and carry the martial spirit tablet away. That way, he would not have to cultivate in the future. He could just shake the martial spirit tablet whenever he wanted. How worry-free would that be? Of course, Yi Fei could only think about this. If he could think of this idea, the quasi-emperors must have thought of it long ago. They might have even tried various methods. However, the quasi-emperors still did not move the martial spirit tablet away. Instead, they built a city here to protect it. There had to be a reason for this. Forget it. I'm an upright person after all. It's not very nice of me to take the martial spirit tablet away and keep it all to myself. As he said that, Yi Fei glanced around guiltily. Every single person here possessed the strength of an emperor. Even a 12-year-old child could possess the battle prowess of a youth king. Yifei was not confident that he would incur everyone's wrath. More importantly, Chen Mingyao was standing in front of him. Chen Mingyao has changed. She betrayed me once, so she could betray me a second time. Forget it. I'll keep a low profile and not stand out like this. Yifei could not help but back off even further as he resisted the urge to shake the tablet. Fortunately, no one noticed his abnormality right now. Right now, everyone was staring at Fa Wudao. Their eyes were filled with shock, envy, and jealousy. 12 stars. That's the highest reward of the martial spirit tablet. All right, I admit that Fa Wudao can be arrogant. His bloodline talent is only slightly better than mine. Did you see that? For a moment, Fa Wudao seemed to have left his name on the martial spirit tablet. Just a little more, and the future quasi-emperor will be born. Ha! Fa Wudao's blood is very strong, but it doesn't mean that no one from a quasi-emperor clan can compete with him. For example, Lu Qing, the granddaughter of Emperor Tian Fa, can definitely compete with Fa Wudao. Unfortunately, she joined the divine martial saint courtyard. Don't say that. Can't you see that Lawless's face has turned green? He had boasted before, but he had failed to leave his name on the martial spirit plaque. Even though he had received 12 stars as a reward, Fa Wudao's confidence had suffered a very heavy blow. He stared at the martial soul tablet with a pale face. He stared at the names on it and everyone present. You're dead if you dare to speak of what happened today. Rest assured, young Master Wudao, we didn't see or hear anything. Fa Wudao's threatening gaze made the hearts of many disciples tremble. Even among quasi-emperor families, the legalism school was a colossus, and Fa Wudao was famous for his arrogance. Seeing how Fa Wudao had failed to leave his name, the cultivators immediately dispersed, afraid that he would vent his anger on them. Very soon, they all left. The same goes for you. If anyone dares to speak, I'll gouge out your eyes and cut off your ears. Fa Wudao looked at the group of guards behind him. The guards paled in fright. They hurriedly swore, "Don't worry, young master. If we speak, you won't have to do anything. We'll gouge out our eyes and cut off our tongues." Don't be so nervous. It's just a martial spirit plaque. My bloodline is number one. No one can stop me from becoming a martial emperor. Fa Wudao smiled in satisfaction. However, he was still furious that he had failed to leave his name on the martial spirit plaque. After warning everyone, Fa Wudao turned around and left. Chen Mingyao immediately went up and hugged Fa Wudao like a little bird. She comforted him, "Wudao, don't be discouraged. If you fail this time, there's always a next time. You'll always be the strongest in my heart." Her words immediately touched Fa Wudao's bottom line. Although his bloodline was number one in the school of legalism, he had a few brothers who were close behind him, ready to surpass him at any time. Fa Wudao was already filled with regret. He should not have come to test the martial spirit tablet in such a grand manner, just to show off. Once news of his failure to leave his name spread, his brothers would secretly target him even if they could not overthrow him. In particular, if someone from the school of legalism could replace him and leave his name on the martial spirit plaque, Fa Wudao's status would be instantly replaced. Fa Wudao was filled with anger right now. As soon as Chen Mingyao leaned over, Fa Wudao pushed her to the ground angrily and even kicked her. "Piss off. Do you think I need your consolation after failing?" With that, Fa Wudao did not even glance at the beauty he had pushed over. He directly left with his subordinates furiously. Only Chen Mingyao remained on the ground blankly. She had never thought that Fa Wudao would be so heartless. When he was in a good mood, he would pamper her like a princess. When he was in a bad mood, he would immediately toss her aside like an object. "Wudao, wait for me. I was wrong. I can change. I can change for you. I can change anything for you." Chen Mingyao refused to accept this. She had already given everything to Fa Wudao. Even if she could not obtain Fa Wudao's love, she had to stay by his side. Sigh. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have done it in the first place. Shen Mengyao has really changed. Is this her choice? Seriously? He shook his head gently. Just when everyone had left, Yi Fei did not leave. Instead, he found a place to hide. Only when there was no one around the martial spirit plaque did Yi Fei emerge. A smear of deep excitement flashed through his eyes. F.A. Wu Dao might not be a good person, but he's done me a great favor. He scared everyone away, making it easier for me to test the martial spirit plaque. There was no one around, so he did not have to worry about being discovered. Yi Fei immediately let loose, but in the end, he could not help himself. Yi Fei charged over and grabbed the martial spirit plaque. He wanted to carry it away. How was this a test? He was clearly trying to be a robber. Unfortunately, the martial spirit plaque was just too heavy. Yi Fei could not move it no matter how hard he tried. He immediately shook his head in frustration. Looks like I'm not fated with a martial spirit plaque. I wonder how many stars I'll get in the test. Yi Fei immediately roused himself after giving up on carrying the martial spirit plaque. He focused on preparing for the test. He released all 8 of his souls first. That's still not enough. F.A. Wu Dao has 40% of the power of the heavens, which is why he can move the martial spirit plaque. I don't have the power of the heavens. If I want more stars, I need to use the mysteries of life and death. No, the mysteries of life and death are still not enough. I need to use the full power of the war demon and Azura. All right, I need to use the power of the beast mark as well. Xiao Chao, please come out with the dragon turtle for a moment. Be good. It'll be done in a while. After forcing Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle out of the beast mark space, he rubbed Xiao Chao's head to comfort him. Only then did Yi Fei gather all his strength. With a few pills that could increase his cultivation temporarily in his mouth, Yi Fei walked towards the martial spirit plaque sternly. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that the martial spirit plaque can only be tested by one person, I really want Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle to do it together. Even after making so many preparations, Yi Fei was still extremely dissatisfied. He wanted more stars. He wanted to increase the power of the heavens and the earth even more. Chapter 1088. Piercing through after making sufficient preparations, Yi Fei finally arrived before the martial soul tablet. Without saying anything, he raised his golden sword and used his strongest Taiji sword technique. A purplish gold streak of light, supported by his 8 souls, formed a pillar of light that was as thick as a water bucket. It slammed into the martial soul tablet viciously. But that was still not enough. After witnessing the process of F.A. Wu Dao attacking the martial soul tablet, Yi Fei had already understood that the more powerful the attack, the more the martial soul tablet would shake, and the more stars he would obtain as a reward. This was directly related to whether he could comprehend the force of the heavens and break through to heaven's ingress. Yi Fei did not dare to hold anything back. As a result, as he swung the Taiji sword with his right hand, Yi Fei's left hand also used the fist of life and death. He even used the mysteries of life and death. It's not enough. It's still not enough. We're 12 stars. I want 20, no, 200 stars. I still have something I haven't used. Yi Fei swallowed the pill in his mouth with a crunch. In order to obtain the force of the heavens and break through to heaven's ingress, Yi Fei had really gone all out. As he attacked with both hands, Yi Fei risked the collapse of his soul. He actually split his attention into 3. Putting aside the fists and swords, Yi Fei did not even spare his feet after being inspired by his battle with the Bloodkill King. As a result, as Yi Fei swung the Taiji sword and used the fist of life and death, Yi Fei suddenly pulled his feet apart and assumed a horse stance. Creak! As Yi Fei exerted force with his feet, an ice bow was quickly drawn. Yi Fei used a strange method to draw the huge ice bow with his feet. He actually shot out a terrifying arrow that stabbed towards the martial soul tablet. But that was still not enough. Yi Fei did not turn down any of the wondrous stars that could increase the force of the heavens. As a result, as he drew his bow, Yi Fei exhaled and bellowed. He did not care about the power of the attack. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. He let out a sound wave from his mouth, and the vertical eye on his forehead immediately opened. He forcefully squeezed out a bolt of lightning from his eye of lightning punishments, all of it landing on the martial soul tablet before him. Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were both stunned when they saw Yi Fei's strange way of attacking. They didn't even notice that their spirit stones had fallen out of their mouths. Boom! Afterwards, under Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle's stunned gazes, the martial spirit tablet was no longer just shaking. A huge hole had been blasted out by Yi Fei. Yi Fei was immediately stunned as well. He had only wanted to use his full strength to obtain a few more stars as a reward. He had never thought that his attack would pierce through the martial soul tablet. The martial spirit tablet is actually so weak. Rumble. With the destruction of the martial spirit tablet, the entire martial spirit city began to shake. Many cultivators who were walking through the city were suddenly hit by tiles that flew out from all directions. They constantly cried out as their faces became swollen. Heavens, who is this? They're trying to destroy the city and wipe us out. Who is actually attacking Martial Spirit City? Is it an enemy attack? Enemy attack my ass. This is the martial god space. How can there be an enemy? Someone is shaking the martial spirit tablet. The disturbance is even more terrifying than lawless FA. The disciples of the clans who remained in the city had all come to watch the martial spirit tablet in the past. Now, they felt extremely regretful and left out of fear of lawless FA. A supreme genius had to have appeared at the martial spirit tablet to be able to shake Martial Spirit City to such an extent. What's going on? Why is Martial Spirit City shaking so violently? Someone is testing the Martial Spirit Tablet. Who is it that has surpassed me? Lawless FA. Outside the city, Lawless FA had already reconciled with Chen Mengyao. The two of them were flirting with each other. The sudden shaking of the city immediately made Lawless FA's face sink. Turn around and go back. I like to see who dares to steal my limelight like this. Without even glancing at Chen Mengyao, Lawless FA charged into the city furiously. He had an extremely terrifying thought. Yi Fei felt like crying when he saw the huge hole in the martial spirit tablet. He had only put in a little effort. He never thought that the martial spirit tablet would be so weak. After all, the martial spirit tablet was used by all Quasi-Emperor clans for testing. If someone found out that he was the one who had destroyed the martial spirit tablet, all the Quasi-Emperor clans would probably kill him out of anger. Only now did Yi Fei realize that sometimes putting in too much effort was not necessarily a good thing. No, I can't shoulder such a huge blame. I better run. Whoosh! Realizing that he had caused trouble, Yi Fei immediately prepared to take Xiao Qiao and get on the dragon turtle to escape. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Before Yi Fei could run, a restrictive power had already suppressed Yi Fei, preventing him from moving. A cold voice rang out in his mind. Test complete. Evaluation. Ordinary talent, but shocking destruction. According to the rules, you could be listed at the bottom of the Heaven and Earth ranking. Please write your name. Then, a golden scroll unfurled in front of Yi Fei. Countless names appeared on it, but they were all very dim. The only bright spot was Lu Mingyue, with the words shocking potential written on it. Yi Fei knew that this Lu Mingyue was probably the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. He was also the only person on the Heaven and Earth ranking who was still alive. Can I not list my name? Yi Fei was no fool. He had punched a hole in the martial spirit tablet. If he listed his name, wouldn't he be admitting his crime? I'm sorry. When opening the Heaven and Earth ranking, you must leave your name. Whether it's your real name or an alias, you must have a name to record it. The cold voice said mechanically. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Only then did he stop worrying. I can use an alias. That's easy. I can also warn Chen Mengyao not to forget her roots. Whoosh, whoosh. Yi Fei used his finger as a pen and wrote a name. Then he shouted impatiently, Blackie, run. Someone's coming. Whoosh. There was no need for Yi Fei to urge him. He realized that he had caused a disaster. The dragon turtle had always run faster than a thief. Once the restriction was removed, the dragon turtle had basically disappeared. Strange, where is he? Where is the genius who shook the martial spirit tablet? He's an invincible sovereign who surpasses F.A. Dallas. The disciples of the aristocratic families rushed over very quickly. Almost as soon as Yifei left, a few faster youths rushed over. Unfortunately, they only saw a black light before it vanished. It looked like a huge turtle. Then, they burst out laughing. How can it be a turtle? Our eyes must be playing tricks on us. No, they're not playing tricks on us. Look, there's a hole in the martial spirit tablet. SSS, gas could be heard everywhere. The cultivators who rushed over all stared at the hole in the martial spirit tablet in a daze. They could not believe that someone would be so crazy as to not even spare the martial spirit tablet. Then, they saw a name gradually appear on the martial spirit tablet. Not only did that person destroy the martial spirit tablet, he even left his name on it. Chapter 1089. Fu Renji got guts. Looking at the golden name on the martial spirit steel, Wu Dao Fa was so angry that his body trembled. He did not know who Fu Renjia was, but he could feel the humiliation from the person who had carved this name. That's right, it was humiliation. Many people knew that Wu Dao Fa had failed the martial spirit steel test and was in a bad mood. However, as soon as he left, someone else continued the test and even surpassed him, leaving their name on the martial spirit steel. Wu Dao Fa felt like he had been slapped in the face, especially by Fu Renjia. Not only had he slapped his face, he had even destroyed the martial spirit steel. This was even more intolerable for Wu Dao Fa. With Wu Dao Fa's reminder, the other cultivators immediately recovered from their shock. Curses could be heard everywhere. This Fu Renjia is insane. His methods are infuriating. It's one thing for him to test, but he actually punched a huge hole in the martial spirit steel. Fu Renjia, how dare you destroy it? Doesn't he know that the martial spirit steel is shared by all quasi-emperor clans? Whoever destroys the martial spirit steel is our common enemy. Stop talking. Since he's called Fu Renjia, he must be from the Fu family. Immediately find the Fu family and make Fu Renjia give us an explanation. Yifei would never have imagined that the Fu clan that he casually wrote down was a quasi-emperor noble clan. It could be considered a small, declining noble clan. Even worse, there just happened to be someone from the Fu family in the crowd. He was immediately dragged out and beaten up by the furious crowd before being dragged before the livid Wu Dao Fa. Speak. Where's that Fu Renjia now? I've been wronged. There's no such person in our Fu family. The expression on the Fu family disciple's face was even more wrong than Do Yi's. Unfortunately, he had encountered Wu Dao Fa when he was in a bad mood. You don't want to speak? How dare a puny Fu family come and slap me in the face? Fu Renjia, you've got guts. Men, dig out his eyes and cut off his ears. While you're at it, capture all the disciples of the Fu clan. I don't believe that Fu Renjia will not show up. Lawless quickly came up with an evil plan to force Fu Renjia out, but it was obvious that he was looking in the wrong direction. Fu Renjia, how could it be him? Not only did he come to the central plain, but he even managed to leave his name on the martial spirit tablet. Standing behind the crowd, Chun Mingyao stared at the martial spirit tablet in disbelief. She could not believe it, but she had no choice but to believe it. She thought that Fu Renjia would never amount to anything in his lifetime. But now, not only had he surpassed her, he had also surpassed everyone here. He left his name not to slap Wu Dao's face, but to slap mine. I shouldn't have left him back then, and I shouldn't have betrayed Yi Fei and my friends in the Northern Territory. Chun Mingyao's heart was filled with deep regret. This late regret made Chun Mingyao feel a piercing pain in her heart. She couldn't help but think of the days when Fu Renjia treated her like a treasure, carefully holding her in the palm of his hand. Then, she thought of Fa Wu Dao, who treated her like a plaything, beating and scolding her. Chun Mingyao truly regretted it now. Unfortunately, she could no longer turn back. She did not even dare to tell Fa Wu Dao about Fu Renjie. She understood Fa Wu Dao's nature very well. Once he learned that she was related to Fu Renjie, Fa Wu Dao would definitely use her to force Fu Renjie to appear, including all sorts of torture and abuse. As a result, even though she knew that Fu Renjie might be nearby, Chen Mingyao could only keep her mouth shut. Her heart was filled with bitterness and sadness. Shit, I actually wrote Fu Renjie's name down in a moment of desperation. I made Fu Renjie take the blame for me again. I'm so sorry. Yifei regretted it very much. Why had he lost his mind and thought of writing Fu Renjie's name down? He couldn't even change it now. It looks like I have to get Guo Wang to divine Fu Renjie's whereabouts as soon as I get back. I can't let Brother Fu die because of me. Yifei secretly made up his mind. Then, he made good use of his time and continued running. Only when he ran out of Martial Spirit City in a single breath and there were no pursuers behind him did Yifei let out a sigh of relief. Then, he began to feel indignant. This Martial Spirit tablet is too stingy. I left my name down, but it didn't give me any reward. If I knew this would happen, I would have been more ruthless and smashed that damn tablet. Squeak, squeak. Not only did he not receive any reward, he was also frightened. Xiao Qiao was also very annoyed. The two sat on the dragon turtle and flew outside the city for 3 days. During these 3 days, Xiao Qiao did not return to the beastmark space. Instead, he ran around, lively outside. The dragon turtle painstakingly followed behind, afraid that Xiao Qiao would be eaten by some ignorant monster. However, Xiao Qiao seemed to be very familiar with this place. No matter how he ran around, he did not encounter a single vicious beast. On the other hand, Xiao Qiao could often find many precious spiritual herbs in the corners of the mountains. Xiao Qiao even found dozens of immortal crystals that emitted an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Of course, these immortal crystals all became Xiao Qiao's snacks. The dragon turtle could only stare and drool. Yifei also realized that Xiao Qiao seemed to be a little too lively. But before he could think too much, Xiao Qiao quickly grabbed the dragon turtle's tail and quickly returned to the beastmark space, perhaps because he had had enough fun. There are people up ahead and many powerful auras. They should be half-emperors. Is there another city up ahead? Yifei's spirits were lifted. In Martial Spirit City, Yifei had not only failed to obtain any benefits, but he had also almost been hunted down. He felt that he had let Fu Renjie down. If there's another Martial Spirit tablet up ahead, I must retest and see if I can change Brother Fu's name back. Yes, let's do that. Thinking that this was a good way to make up for his mistake, Yifei quickly flew toward the mountain with many people. Just as he flew halfway, a terrifying pressure forced Yifei to land on the ground. It's actually forbidden to fly. What's up ahead is not a city, but it can attract so many people. It's very likely that it's a powerful secret realm. The more powerful a secret realm was, the more treasures it contained. For example, Dongfang Yu had obtained a substitute puppet from the 10 cities of Purgatory. That was an extraordinary treasure. Yifei had been envious of it for a long time. Now that he had encountered a secret realm here, Yifei would not let go of this opportunity. He quickly walked over. Before he even got close, he heard a loud commotion. Why can't we enter? The legalists are too overbearing. Everyone can comprehend the heavenly path tree. If the legalists want to monopolize it, we can't agree. Yes, we can't agree. Open up the secret realm and let us in. Brothers, since they won't let us in, let's charge in. Yifei walked over. As soon as he heard about the heavenly path tree, he immediately joined the opposing camp. His expression was even angrier and more agitated than the others. As he spoke, he charged to the front like all the hot-blooded youngsters and took the lead to cause trouble. Chapter 1090. I'll take responsibility if something happens. Standing at the entrance of the secret territory were more than a dozen middle-aged martial artists of the Demi-Emperor realm. In the outside world, a Demi-Emperor realm martial artist could become the emperor of a country. However, in the Quasi-Emperor clan, they were used to guard the secret territory. It was obvious how powerful a quasi-emperor clan was. However, although these half-emperors were powerful, they were also affected by the restrictions of the burial ground of gods and could only display the strength of a half-saint. Those were the rules of the graveyard of gods. Even if a real martial emperor entered the graveyard of gods, his cultivation would be suppressed to the semi-sage level. Of course, a real martial emperor would not be able to enter the graveyard of gods. Most of the people who could enter the graveyard of gods were young warriors. Since they were young martial artists, they were naturally hot-blooded. Yifei took the lead and charged forward with large strides. The martial artist behind him immediately followed, forming an aura that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. That's right, this place isn't yours. Why can't we enter? If you don't move aside, we're really going to fight our way in. We saw the heavenly Tao tree fly into this area with our own eyes. Legalists, don't even think about denying it. The surrounding martial artists became more and more agitated. However, no one really dared to force their way in. The status of the legalists wasn't ordinary. The ones standing in front of them were half-emperors. The legalist half-emperors didn't take these martial artists seriously at all. Instead, they shouted righteously, "Fight your way in if you have the ability. Whoever wants to make an enemy of the legalists, step forward if you have the guts." Boom! More than a dozen half-emperors stepped forward in an orderly manner. The pressure was immense, not to mention the legalists standing behind them. Many people couldn't help but retreat. They were clearly afraid of the legalists' power. Only one person didn't move from beginning to end. At this moment, he strode forward. This person was naturally Yifei. Those who have been forsaken by the heavens can't merge with the heavenly Tao. I relied on the Saint Bone to comprehend the power of the earth, but it's very difficult to use the Saint Bone to comprehend the power of the heavens. Even if I have 100 Saint Bones, I might not be able to comprehend even 10% of the force of heaven. At the same time, comprehending the power of heaven is the prerequisite for me to break through from the absolute earth realm to the heaven-reaching realm and officially become a martial saint. I have a feeling that the heavenly Tao tree inside will be of great help to me in comprehending the power of heaven. Yifei's eyes burned with passion. He didn't know why he had such a feeling, but it gave him the urge to charge and recklessly. Yifei did not know that this was actually his destiny. Destiny was illusory, but sometimes it was extremely helpful to a warrior. In the past, Yifei had been abandoned by the heavens, so his destiny was not obvious. But as Yifei killed the 5 sovereigns in succession, he had invisibly plundered their destiny. At this time, with the destiny of the 5 sovereigns gathered together in their lifetimes, Yifei could finally feel the benefits of great destiny. For example, he had shaken up the martial spirit steel as soon as he had arrived, and he had discovered the extremely rare heavenly Tao tree here. Destiny was something that could only be chanced upon, let alone the dozen or so half-emperors here. Even if a true martial emperor stood before them, they would not be able to stop Yifei. Kid, you've got guts. Everyone else has retreated, but only you have advanced. Which school are you from? Do you know that my school of legalism? The half-emperors had already noticed the troublesome Yifei long ago. Now was the perfect time to make an example out of Yifei. One of the half-emperors immediately walked over, ready to teach Yifei a lesson. Piss off. Yifei let out a low roar. He didn't wait for the half-emperor to come over. He suddenly exhaled and kicked him. The half-emperor had never thought that a mere half-saint would actually dare to cross a major cultivation realm and attack him. Although his cultivation was suppressed to half-saint in the martial god space, he was still a half-emperor after all. He even had the school of legalism behind him. You damned bastard, where are you kicking? If I'm crippled, I'll make you die a horrible death. Caught off guard, Yifei's foot accidentally landed on the half-emperor's most important part. Many people even heard the sound of an egg shattering. All the cultivators present shivered. They feared Yifei's vicious attack. The half-emperor who had been kicked clutched his body as he crouched on the ground. He had completely lost the ability to fight. He was filled with grief and anger. How dare you attack a senior like that? Kid, you're clearly looking to die. The other half-emperors were furious. They charged over together furiously. You can't blame me for this. I told you to piss off. Fists and legs have no eyes. Who told him to charge over for no reason? Yifei said very innocently. It made the injured half-emperor so angry that he could not help but vomit blood all over the ground. Afterwards, Yifei retreated. He was not stupid. Sneaking up on a half-emperor was luck. It would not be so easy to sneak up on a second half-emperor. However, it did not matter. There was nothing much here except for a lot of people. Brothers, the legalists have gone too far. I can't tolerate it any longer. I can only take action. Everyone has a share of the heavenly Tao tree. How can we let the legalists monopolize it? We are all disciples of aristocratic families. How can we let a bunch of dog slaves bully us and abuse us? Are you still men? Do you have the dignity of a cultivator? On the path of martial arts, there is no retreat. If you're a man, charge in with me. If anything happens, I'll bear the consequences. If someone dies, my family will bear the consequences. Kill these dog slaves of the legalists, and the heavenly Tao tree will be ours. The treasures inside will all be ours. Charge, kill. Yifei raised his arms and shouted vehemently. Everyone present was a young and hot-blooded cultivator. They had long been dissatisfied with the tyranny of the legalists. However, no one dared to take the lead, so no one dared to make a big deal out of it. Now that they saw Yifei stand up and act so generously, if they did not respond, would they still be men? Most importantly, when Yifei said that he would take responsibility for anything that happened, it gave all the martial artists present a great deal of confidence. They had originally come here for the heavenly Tao tree, and now this brother was willing to risk his life to take the blame for it. The young people's blood began to boil with excitement. Charge, kill. That brother is right. Everyone should have a share of the heavenly Tao tree. How can we let those dog slaves of the legalists take it all for themselves? Don't be afraid, everyone. If anything happens, that brother will bear the consequences alone. Let's go all out and beat him up, someone in the crowd shouted. Then, the crowd responded. Those half-emperors who were rushing over to capture Yifei were stupefied on the spot. Then, they cursed Yifei for being a bastard. He even dared to use such a sinister move. Seeing the hundreds of young people charging over with bloodshot eyes, even the half-step emperor was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly changed from his previous arrogance and anxiously urged them, Everyone, don't be rash. Let's sit down and discuss everything. We're all quasi-emperor families, so harmony is the most important thing. To hell with harmony. If everyone was harmonious, then how is he going to sneak in and find that mysterious heavenly Tao tree? Without waiting for that person to speak, Yifei once again turned into a hot-blooded youth and bravely took the lead. He took advantage of the chaos to kick down another half-step emperor. This action was no doubt like poking a hornet's nest. Seeing that Yifei was so fearless, the other youths all cried out in excitement. Countless punches and kicks immediately formed a storm that blew the ground clean. Chapter 1091. Little friends, the dozen or so half-emperors stared blankly at the empty space outside the secret realm. Then, their faces flushed red, and they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Many of their eyes were filled with fear. It's over. We were ordered to guard this place and not allow anyone to enter. Now, hundreds of disciples have rushed in. If they discover the secret inside, investigate thoroughly. We must find out which family that troublemaker is from. We must make them pay in blood. Let's not talk about this for now. It's not too late to make up for our mistakes. It doesn't matter if they go in, but we must not let them discover that place. Yes, let's go in quickly and guard that place. Don't show mercy to anyone who dares to come near. Just kill them. They looked at each other and drew their emperor weapons at the same time. Their eyes flashed with ferocity, especially the two half-emperors who had been kicked by Yifei. They were so angry that their eyes turned green. They secretly made up their minds that if they met Yifei inside, they would immediately chop him in a mincemeat to vent their anger. After rushing in, Yifei was shocked to discover that this wasn't an ordinary secret realm, but another martial god's world. In this world, there were no ferocious beasts. Instead, there were precious spirit herbs growing everywhere. Many of the spirit herbs had even taken human form, and some of them even had human facial features. Yifei finally understood what it meant to have mountains of spirit herbs. This was his first time seeing the martial gods world. It was amazing. There are actually so many spirit herbs. No wonder the legalists won't let us in no matter what. It's fine if they don't announce this place to the other families, but they actually want to monopolize it. That's too much. Brothers, don't be polite. Take whatever treasures you see. In any case, if anything happens, this brother will bear the responsibility alone. Many of the cultivators who rushed in were grateful to Yifei. Most of them looked at Yifei as if he was an idiot. In the end, the legalists were powerful. Yifei not only caused trouble for himself by barging in like this, but he could also bring disaster to his family. The kind-hearted cultivators were full of sympathy for Yifei. However, most of them were cold-hearted people. When they saw that Yifei had caused trouble, not only did they not warn him, but they also took advantage of the fact that someone was taking the blame to wantonly plunder all kinds of spirit herbs in this martial god's world. In order to fight over the same spirit herb, they immediately broke out into a fight. Yifei shook his head inwardly. He also felt that although these aristocratic family members were strong, they were all selfish. They were not on the same side at all. He simply couldn't be bothered to communicate with these people. He just chose a direction and ran madly. When there was no one around, Yifei wiped his face and actually turned into another person. In your dreams. Yifei had changed his appearance when he saw Chun Mingyao in Martial Spirit City. He was afraid of being recognized. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold as to kick 2 half-emperors to the ground. I'll let these people take advantage of me. When the legalists can't find me, they'll definitely put the blame on everyone who entered here. Let's see who takes the blame then. Then, Yifei looked at the endless martial gods world and felt a headache coming on. This martial gods world is so big. I wonder where the heavenly Tao tree is. Forget it. I can only try my luck. He continued to run wildly in the wilderness. Along the way, Yifei saw a scene that shocked him to the core. Some spirit herbs had discovered danger in advance. They actually pulled out their roots from the ground and ran into the sky with a whirlwind. Some spirit herbs didn't wait for cultivators to pick them. They had already burrowed into the ground and rocks. Even the most ordinary ginseng knew how to hide itself here. When cultivators approached, it would even let out angry cries like a baby. Following these angry cries, Yifei actually saw a large group of flying ginseng in the sky. They carried weapons and spears as they charged out aggressively. Then he saw countless spirit herbs turn into vicious beasts and vicious beasts. They spat out fire and ice as they fought with cultivators who approached. There was killing everywhere. The panicked cries of cultivators could be heard everywhere. Clearly, this martial god's world was a land of treasure, but also a land of danger. Most importantly, almost all of the spirit herbs here had turned into monsters. Not to mention capturing them. It was already a difficult task to even survive under the attacks of countless spirit herbs. Yifei felt that the strangest thing was that these spirit herbs seemed to only attack the group of martial artists outside. Instead, they turned a blind eye to him who was running all over the place. Just a moment ago, a giant fiery bird formed from a spirit herb flew over his head, emitting the aura of the 7th level martial sacred realm. Yifei immediately prepared himself for battle as if he was facing a great enemy. In the end, the fiery bird only glanced at Yifei once before flying away, burning a young man who was secretly following behind him into ashes. What's going on? Why aren't these spirit herbs attacking me? Could it be that I'm too kind, such that the spirit herbs can't bear to harm me? Yifei wore a strange expression. Not far away, a little pony formed from a spirit herb ran up to him in a lively and cute manner. It even wagged its tail at him with a happy look. Yifei was speechless. However, the little pony in front of him was obviously not ordinary. The spirit herb waves emitted from its body were even stronger than the martial royal pills that Zhao Yu had given him. Although Yifei couldn't bear it, he still couldn't help but reach out his evil hands to the little pony. The little pony immediately looked at Yi Fei vigilantly, but it still didn't leave Yi Fei's side. There's a chance. Yi Fei was secretly delighted. Just as he was about to grab the little pony, a seven-colored little tortoise suddenly rushed out and bit at the little pony, causing the little pony to retreat in fear. However, before the dragon tortoise could bite the little pony, a vine whip had already pulled the dragon tortoise out of its body. It fell to the ground and spat out a large number of bubbles. Seeing the dragon tortoise being disobedient, Xiao Qiao angrily stomped on the dragon tortoise's foot again before running over to comfort the frightened little pony. Seeing Xiao Qiao, the little pony cried out happily and licked Xiao Qiao until she giggled. The dragon tortoise was dumbfounded. Yi Fei also widened his eyes. In a trance, he seemed to have an illusion that the little pony wasn't friendly to him, but to Xiao Qiao. Seeing the little pony happily licking Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei suddenly had a huge illusion in his heart. Why do I feel that this little pony seems to have known Xiao Qiao for a long time? Yi Fei's expression couldn't help but become strange. However, before Yi Fei could ask Xiao Qiao about it, the little pony cried out a few more times. Immediately, a stalk of scorching sun grass with wings flew over from the distant sky. Suddenly, an old ginseng man with a long white beard appeared on the ground. In the distance, a large number of Ganoderma horses and grass spirits also happily gathered around Xiao Qiao. However, this wasn't what shocked Yi Fei the most. What really shocked Yi Fei was... Chapter 1092. Comprehending the Way of Heaven Gulp. Seeing this ancient golden tree, Yi Fei couldn't help but gulp. Even if he didn't recognize this ancient golden tree, just from the heavenly Tao aura it emitted, Yi Fei was certain that this was the heavenly Tao tree that many people had been searching for. The dragon turtle was so scared that it rolled its eyes and pretended to faint. Yi Fei cursed the dragon turtle for being disloyal. What should he do now that the dragon turtle had fainted? The ancient golden tree was not very friendly to him. As soon as it landed, the Way of Heaven's aura suppressed Yi Fei so much that he couldn't breathe. The Half-Emperor Realm. This ancient golden tree is actually at the Half-Emperor Realm. It was different from the warriors who came here to train. Even if they were martial emperors, their strength would be suppressed to the level of a half-saint. Only the vicious beasts that lived in the land of buried gods were an exception. They could fully display their strength. This created a balance. If martial saints and martial emperors could enter the land of buried gods freely, the treasures inside would have been taken away long ago. Juniors like them wouldn't have had a chance to come here to train. Boom! The heavenly might continued. The ancient golden tree didn't make any sound, but a strong hostility had locked onto Yi Fei. Perhaps in the next second, the ancient golden tree would treat Yi Fei as an enemy and destroy him. Squeak! Sensing that the heavenly tree was not friendly to Yi Fei, Xiao Qiao immediately left his companions and rushed toward the ancient golden tree. Xiao Qiao, don't! Yi Fei broke out in cold sweat. The heavenly tree was different from those ordinary spiritual herbs. This ancient tree was obviously murderous. His words were too late. Xiao Qiao directly ran over and pointed at the ancient golden tree while babbling. She had a very angry expression on her face. Usually, when Xiao Qiao showed this expression, it meant that Xiao Qiao was about to show his power. The heavenly Tao tree hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it restrained its killing intent towards Yi Fei. At the same time, Xiao Qiao grabbed a tree vine. Just like how a granddaughter would grab a beard from an old man's face, Xiao Qiao quickly plucked a strange fruit from the heavenly tree. Then, as if presenting a treasure, she ran over and made an eating gesture. Yi Fei's expression couldn't help but become even stranger. However, out of his trust in Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei still picked up the fruit and took a big bite. Something's not right. This fruit doesn't have any flesh, but it contains the aura of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that this is the legendary heavenly Tao fruit? Yi Fei's face suddenly flushed red with excitement. Those who had been abandoned by the heavens couldn't comprehend the heavenly Tao. Yi Fei had been searching for a way to forcefully comprehend the heavenly Tao. Other than a large number of sage bones, the legendary heavenly Tao fruit was the best spiritual item to comprehend the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao fruit was extremely precious. It was almost as precious as a martial emperor. Yi Fei didn't expect the heavenly Tao fruit to come from the heavenly Tao tree. No wonder those aristocratic family disciples are so desperate to obtain the heavenly Tao fruit. The heavenly Tao tree actually has the legendary heavenly Tao fruit. Now I have hope of comprehending the heavenly Tao. He swallowed the heavenly Tao fruit in a few mouthfuls. Suddenly, a vast heavenly aura appeared clearly around Yi Fei. The heavenly Tao was everywhere. Only those who had been abandoned by the heavens were exceptions. Yi Fei knew about the heavenly Tao, but he had never been able to sense it. However, after eating the heavenly Tao fruit, he could finally clearly comprehend the heavenly Tao and touch it. What a wonderful feeling. The heavenly Tao is like water, evolving the laws and nurturing life. Similarly, life is like a fish born without knowing the heavens and dying without knowing the earth. Only by comprehending the heavens and earth and grasping the laws can one be like a fish in water, changing endlessly. The heavenly Tao is the holy Tao, and the holy Tao is naturally in the heart. All sorts of comprehensions appeared in Yi Fei's mind. They were like evening drums and morning bells, shaking his soul and opening up a different world for him. In this world, Yi Fei was like a thirsty man, desperately absorbing the aura of the heavenly Tao. This went on for a long time. Suddenly, a wisp of the aura of the heavenly Tao appeared on Yi Fei's body. The terrain changed, and the heavenly aura condensed. A vast heavenly aura came from within, shaking Yi Fei's soul. There was a loud boom, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart. The 120% Earth Sword aura turned into 12 sword mountains. They overlapped and condensed into an incomparably sharp sword of heavenly aura, floating behind Yi Fei. The heavenly sword aura. Once the heavenly sword aura was formed, Yi Fei opened his eyes. His face was filled with excitement. He had finally comprehended the heavenly sword aura. It was even possible that he could try to break through to the reaching heaven state and officially become a martial sage. No, I can't break through now. There are restrictions in the land of buried gods. Even a martial emperor can only exert the cultivation of a half-saint. It's not worth it to break through here. It's better to continue suppressing my cultivation. The more I suppress it in the land of buried gods, the greater the improvement I'll get when I break through to the reaching heaven state outside. The heavenly sword aura slowly merged into Yi Fei's body. He ended his cultivation and looked at the heavenly Tao tree. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Of course, Yi Fei didn't forget to thank Xiao Qiao, the biggest contributor. Rubbing Xiao Qiao's braids, Yi Fei asked curiously, "Xiao Qiao, how do you know about the heavenly Tao tree? Did you run out from here too?" Looking at the transformed spiritual herbs all around, Yi Fei knew that Xiao Qiao had a very good relationship with him. If he still didn't know where Xiao Qiao came from, he should find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Xiao Qiao nodded affirmatively. Then she raised her head proudly and pointed at the spiritual herbs around her. Then she pointed at the huge golden ancient tree in front of her. She gestured to tell Yi Fei that these were her little friends, and they only listened to her. Hearing this, Yi Fei, who had been thinking about how to get more heavenly Tao fruit, suddenly had his eyes shining brighter than stars. Many of the simple spirit medicines he was looking at felt a chill run down their spines, and their hearts began to tremble. "Cough, cough, little grass, I have something to discuss with you. Since they all listen to you, do you think I can ask for a few more heavenly Tao fruits? These fruits are very useful to me." Yi Fei did his best to make his tone sound very amiable. The dragon turtle looked at him with disdain. Xiao Qiao was very obedient. When he heard that the heavenly Tao fruits were useful to Yi Fei, Xiao Qiao patted his chest to show that there was no problem. He was about to run over and pluck another one for Yi Fei. Yi Fei saw that this was unacceptable. It wasn't easy for him to come across such a fortuitous encounter. Of course, he would take as much as he could. He immediately took out a huge wine jar filled with spiritual wine from a space belt and poured all the wine inside. Xiao Qiao, it's rare for you to come back. Let's use this. If we can't finish it, we can sell it and exchange it for spirit stones or immortal crystals. Spirit stones? Immortal crystals? Xiao Qiao drooled and counted with his fingers. In the end, he couldn't resist Yi Fei's temptation. He carried the wine jar that was several hundred kilograms and moved it with great difficulty to the heavenly Tao tree. Chapter 1093. The old tree flips out, but Yi Fei didn't care about what the heavenly Tao tree thought. He just kept ordering Xiao Qiao to pluck all the heavenly Tao fruits from the heavenly Tao tree. Yi Fei was also very smart. He knew that the heavenly Tao tree wanted to kill him, so he didn't pluck them himself. He only ordered Xiao Qiao to do it. This way, even if the heavenly Tao tree wanted to attack Yi Fei, it wouldn't be able to find reason. After all, Xiao Qiao was the one plucking the fruits. The heavenly Tao tree obviously wouldn't hurt Xiao Qiao. Soon, under Yi Fei's command and Xiao Qiao's cooperation, the heavenly Tao tree was completely bare. Not a single heavenly Tao fruit could be seen. But Yi Fei was still very dissatisfied. Xiao Qiao had brought a big wine jar, but the heavenly Tao fruits only filled half the jar. Yi Fei couldn't help but blame the heavenly Tao tree for being too stingy. Such a big tree only bore so few fruits. Fortunately, no one saw this scene. Otherwise, those disciples from the aristocratic families would definitely tear Yi Fei apart. One had to know that the heavenly Tao fruit took 1,000 years to bloom, another 1,000 years to bear fruit, and another 1,000 years to ripen. The heavenly Tao tree finally bore a full tree of fruits. Now, regardless of whether they were raw or ripe, they were all swept away by Yi Fei. In the next 3,000 years, other cultivators could forget about plucking even a single fruit from the heavenly Tao tree. Yi Fei actually had a dissatisfied expression. Of course, Yi Fei wasn't the only one who was dissatisfied. Seeing Xiao Qiao pluck the heavenly Tao fruits as he pleased, the Red Dragon King also turned red. The dragon turtle's eyes turned red. The heavenly Tao fruit was very useful to it. Roar! Roar! The Red Dragon King's beady eyes rolled around. It tugged at Yi Fei's trousers and pointed at the heavenly Tao tree's leaves with its dragon claws. Yi Fei instantly understood. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being stupid. The heavenly Tao fruit was gone, but the heavenly Tao tree's golden leaves were still a treasure. In the martial spirit city, one had to pay a golden leaf to enter the city. Yi Fei hurriedly instructed Xiao Qiao, "Xiao Qiao, don't come back yet. Since you're already back at home, let's not be polite. While you're at it, pick some golden leaves. We're not greedy. Just fill up a vat of wine." As he spoke, Yi Fei nimbly took out another large wine jar. This one was even bigger than the first one. It could hold 500 caddies of leaves without a problem. Looking at the huge wine vat and imagining the bare branches of the celestial tree, the group of spiritual creatures surrounding it were all dumbfounded. The little pony's 4 hooves trembled and fell to the ground. It wasn't that the spirit herbs hadn't seen ferocious humans before and had even fought with them before. However, this was the first time they had seen someone as ferocious as Yi Fei. Not only did he sweep away all the fruits, he didn't even let the leaves go. There was also a trace of hesitation on Xiao Cao's face. She had a faint feeling that she had done something very bad. The celestial tree's entire trunk shook violently. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of the heavenly Tao was emitted from the celestial tree. It shook Yi Fei and the dragon tortoise to the ground, unable to move. Xiao Qiao immediately panicked. She seemed to want to put in a few good words for Yi Fei. Soon, an angry and twisted old man's face appeared on the celestial tree's trunk. It roared, "Princess, you don't have to say anything. This old man's good temper for hundreds of thousands of years can no longer hold it in. Human, You are too shameless. You are too greedy. Not only did you pluck all the fruits, you also didn't even let go of my leaves. This is infuriating. A person like you will only lead the princess astray if you stay by her side. This old man will destroy you right now. Boom! The celestial tree was enraged. The golden leaves on the tree were even sharper than swords. The dragon tortoise was so frightened that it fainted for the second time. Yifei suddenly felt like crying. This damned dragon tortoise had caused him to be in deep trouble. He originally thought that these spiritual beings weren't very intelligent. Who knew that there was actually an old monster hiding among them? This was clearly the celestial tree that had become a spirit. Senior, please listen to my explanation. Yifei's face darkened. He hurriedly put on the most sincere expression. This old man will listen to your explanation after you die. The celestial tree didn't want to listen. Actually, when Yifei ordered Xiao Qiao to pluck all its fruits, the celestial tree was already furious. It was only because of Xiao Qiao's face that the celestial tree endured bitterly. Yifei's action of plucking all its leaves had undoubtedly ignited the celestial tree's anger. It looked at the terrifying leaves that were filled with golden whirlwinds. The spiritual beings in the surroundings were once again stunned. Even the youngest of them had lived here for thousands of years. They had never seen the celestial tree get angry before. It was like an old grandpa with a good temper. In the end, the celestial tree was enraged by Yifei's arrival. It could be seen how cruel this human was. Many spiritual beings started to worry about Xiao Qiao. They called out together, wanting Xiao Qiao to quickly return to their side. Xiao Qiao didn't do that. Instead, he suddenly opened his arms and bravely stood in front of Yifei. Yifei's heart was suddenly filled with gratitude. Indeed, I didn't dote on Xiao Qiao for nothing. He's much more reliable than that freeloader dragon tortoise. However, since there was an old monster here, Yifei didn't dare to treat these spiritual beings as ordinary spiritual herbs anymore. Moreover, his actions just now had completely angered the celestial tree. Yifei was really afraid that Xiao Qiao wouldn't be able to suppress it, and the celestial tree would destroy him in a fit of anger. After all, the celestial tree in front of him was at the level of a half-emperor. Yifei could accept being killed by an enemy, but it would be too embarrassing to be killed by a tree. No, I must think of a way to resolve this matter. If Xiao Qiao can't suppress the celestial tree, I won't be able to defeat a half-emperor tree demon. At this critical moment, Yifei's mind was spinning rapidly. He actually came up with a good idea. Since the celestial tree was so concerned about Xiao Qiao, then the only way to resolve the celestial tree's anger was through Xiao Qiao. Any other explanation would be superfluous. That's right, that's the way. Xiao Qiao, please move aside. It's my fault this time. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so greedy. I shouldn't have disregarded everything. It's all my fault. Yifei sighed with a regretful expression. He sighed and said, I just thought of Xiao Qiao. You've been with me for so long. You haven't eaten enough, and you haven't been warm enough. You're always being chased by enemies. That's why I was blinded by the benefits in front of me. I wanted to bring more treasures out to exchange for more spiritual stones and immortal crystals for Xiao Qiao. At the same time, I also wanted to improve my own strength. However, I neglected the celestial tree's inner feelings. I was wrong. Senior, I'm really sorry. After saying that, Yifei's expression became solemn. At the same time, there was also regret and self-blame. He bowed deeply to the celestial tree and apologized. He was taking a gamble. Since the heavenly tree addressed Xiao Qiao as princess, it definitely cared about Xiao Qiao more than anything else. His words immediately suppressed the heavenly tree's anger. Human boy, what did you say? You plucked all my fruits and even wanted to pluck all my leaves. Actually, it wasn't because you were blinded by greed. It was all for the princess. The celestial tree didn't dare to associate Yifei in front of it with the vicious and greedy human just now. However, when it saw Yifei's sincere and regretful expression, the celestial tree still looked at Xiao Qiao hesitantly. Princess, is what he said true? How is it not true? It's all because I'm useless. That's why Xiao Qiao suffer a lot with me. If you don't believe me, You can see that Xiao Qiao doesn't have enough spiritual stones to eat. She's already become thin from hunger. Chapter 1094. She is my life. What? You become skinnier from hunger? The golden leaves on the heavenly tree's body trembled violently. Xiao Qiao also looked at her little hands and feet in confusion. She had become skinnier from hunger? That was impossible. Yi Fei had scammed several billion spirit stones from the Shenwu Alliance. That was enough for Xiao Qiao to eat until she was white and fat. However, the heavenly tree was incomparably tall. Just its trunk alone was more than 10 meters tall. Even if Xiao Qiao had grown a lot, she was still a pitiful little thing in the eyes of the heavenly tree. Now that it had been misled by Yi Fei, the heavenly Tao tree looked at the tiny grass, and a hint of warmth appeared in its huge tree eyes. There was also a hint of self-blame. You've really lost a lot of weight. I didn't expect the princess to have suffered so much outside. You don't even have enough spirit stones to eat. It's all this old servant's fault. I shouldn't have let the princess go out alone. Otherwise, the princess wouldn't have almost been captured by humans and had to run for her life. Princess, you become skinnier. An invisible hand gently stroked Xiao Qiao's ponytail. The heavenly tree blamed itself so much that it shed tears on the spot. Xiao Qiao's eyes widened when she heard that. She looked at her white and fat little hands in confusion. She had clearly become fat from eating so much. Why did Yi Fei and Grandpa Tree insist that she had become skinnier? Xiao Qiao decided that she had to explain herself. Yi Fei was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to divert the old tree demon's killing intent. Xiao Qiao couldn't cause more trouble at this time. He quickly put on his most serious expression and waved his hand at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, don't say anything. Grandpa Tree understands. Xiao Qiao, come over here quickly. Xiao Qiao felt that something was wrong, but he still ran to Yi Fei's side. During this time, the heavenly Tao tree clearly emitted killing intent. After seeing Xiao Qiao's dependence on Yi Fei, the heavenly Tao tree finally snorted coldly. Human Jr., since you brought the princess back safely, I won't bicker with you. These heavenly Tao fruits are your reward. Take them and leave. Senior, don't worry. I'll leave now. Yi Fei had a respectful expression on his face, but inside, he was very angry. How could a tree monster be so arrogant? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat it, he would have chopped off the tree branches and used them as firewood. Stupid turtle, why are you pretending to be dead? Hurry up and take Xiao Qiao away. This world of spiritual herbs was too dangerous. Yi Fei had no interest in staying here. Now that there was no more danger, the dragon tortoise immediately woke up from its coma. It even wagged its tail at Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao to please them. It almost gave them the illusion that it was not a tortoise in front of them, but a big dog. Wait, human brat, this old man told you to leave. Who allowed you to take the princess with you? The outside world is too dangerous. Princess, since you've returned, don't go out. This old man and all the spiritual herbs will risk our lives to protect you. The heavenly Tao tree stretched out countless vines and forcefully separated Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao. Then, it took Xiao Qiao and flew into the sky, entering a mysterious space. Xiao Qiao shouted anxiously and struggled to grab Yi Fei. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao tree's vines were very strong. Xiao Qiao couldn't break free at all. Yi Fei's heart also trembled. When he saw that little grass was caught, his face revealed an ominous glint. His entire body exploded, and he slashed at the tree vines with his sword. Old tree demon, you've gone too far. What are you going to do to little grass? Impudent. This is the princess of my race. How dare you treat her like grass? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. It's too dangerous for the princess to be outside. Only by staying here can I protect her forever. As the heavenly Tao tree spoke, countless vines immediately split into half and formed a terrifying whip shadow. It ruthlessly lashed at Yi Fei. It wanted to pull Yi Fei out of this world and cut off his connection with Xiao Qiao. Yi Fei's eyes turned red. After all, Xiao Chao had been with him for so long. In his heart, Yifei had never treated Xiao Chao as a pet. Instead, he saw her as family. Now that the heavenly Tao tree wanted to separate them, Yifei couldn't tolerate it any longer. Old tree monster, don't think that you can force Xiao Chao's will just because you're strong. If you dare to take Xiao Chao away today, I'll take your life. You're just a little kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. This is the burial ground of the gods. Even the human race's quasi-emperors don't dare to be impudent here. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The heavenly Tao tree was obviously very hostile to humans. Almost every time the heavenly Tao fruit ripened, countless humans would risk their lives to get their hands on the heavenly Tao fruit. Yifei's provocation finally pushed the heavenly Tao tree's patience to the limit. Yifei's sword light was instantly cut in half. The entire heavenly Tao tree was swept up in a golden storm that contained immense heavenly power. Yifei immediately spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. It was only then that Yifei remembered that he wasn't facing an ordinary tree monster. He was facing a half-emperor. If he fought head-on, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, when he saw Xiao Chao about to be taken away by the heavenly Tao tree and the pitiful look in Xiao Chao's eyes, Yifei's scalp tingled and he decided to go all out. I don't care if he's a half-emperor. If Xiao Chao doesn't want to go, then no one could take her away. If worst comes to worst, I'll fight this old monster. Yifei went all out and immediately prepared to awaken the undying sword soul in his body. At the same time, a terrifying destructive aura that wasn't inferior to the old tree monster's heavenly Tao might gradually awaken from Yifei's body. However, before Yifei could truly awaken the undying sword soul, Yifei finally panicked when she saw that Yifei and the heavenly Tao tree were about to fight. Squeak! Xiao Chao's face was filled with determination. She suddenly used her vine whip and forcefully broke the vines that were coiling around her. Then, Xiao Chao transformed into a seven-colored spiritual wind and quickly pounced on Yifei. She hugged Yifei's neck and refused to let go. At the same time, she turned her head and looked pitifully at the heavenly Tao tree with tears in her eyes. Obviously, Xiao Chao didn't want to leave Yifei. The heavenly Tao tree was very shocked. How can this be? That's the heavenly Tao whip. Without 1,000 years, it's impossible to comprehend it. However, the princess actually went out for a few years and comprehended it. How is this possible? How is it impossible? We humans have a saying that flowers in a greenhouse will never grow strong. How can you see the rainbow if you don't experience the storm? True safety is never dependent on the protection of others, but on your own strength. Xiao Chao, don't you think so? Yifei said with a satisfied smile. Xiao Chao also nodded vigorously and agreed with Yifei's words. The heavenly Tao tree was stunned again. Seeing Xiao Chao's dependence on Yifei, a complicated expression suddenly appeared on its huge tree-like face. Then, it said coldly, "Humans are the most cunning and can't be trusted. In your eyes, we spiritual herbs are for eating. How can you sincerely protect the princess?" Yifei gritted his teeth. He knew that if he didn't deal with this old tree demon, he wouldn't be able to take Xiao Chao away. Therefore, he made up his mind and suddenly put Xiao Chao down. He asked in a deep voice, "Senior, you can choose not to believe me, but do you believe in this world? Spiritual beings like us are born from this world. This world is our parents. Of course we believe in it." The heavenly Tao tree's face was filled with doubt. Yifei immediately raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. He said loudly, "Then I swear on this world. From now on, Xiao Chao is my family and my life. I am willing to use my life to protect Xiao Chao. Anyone who wants to hurt Xiao Chao will have to step over my dead body first." Boom! Chapter 1095. To do something big. The heavenly Tao tree also reacted. After all, it contained the heavenly Tao and could clearly sense whether Yifei's oath was true or false. The heavenly Tao tree also didn't expect that Yifei would dare to use the heavenly Tao as a witness despite his low cultivation level. The most ridiculous thing was that the heavenly Tao tree even responded. This human in front of me is really a little strange. He's not even at the heaven ascension stage, but he's actually able to resonate with heaven and earth. Could he be? Suddenly, an ancient memory surfaced in the heavenly Tao tree's mind. It looked at Yi Fei with fear. Human Junior, are you the one abandoned by the heavens? Senior, you can tell. Yi Fei was also a little alarmed. This tree demon was really a little strange. The heaven's path tree didn't reply. A contemplative look appeared on its face, mixed with sorrow and joy. The killing intent on its body slowly dissipated, and the heaven's path tree let out a heavy sigh. So that's the case. I understand now. Human Junior, what is your name? Yi Fei. Rubbing his head, Yi Fei secretly wondered if this tree demon had gone senile. Why did it keep asking questions here and there? Yi Fei, you're right. True safety doesn't come from the protection of others, but from your own strength. Remember what you said. You must risk your life to protect the princess. In the future, you will gain more benefits than the heavens. If anything happens to the princess, you will fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. The heavenly Tao tree finally relented and did not forcefully take Xiao Qiao away. Xiao Qiao jumped up happily and immediately threw herself into Yi Fei's arms. She hugged Yi Fei's neck happily and laughed. Yi Fei also heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that convincing a stubborn old tree demon like Old Tree Demon was even more tiring than fighting a big battle. Then he suddenly thought of something. By the way, Senior, why did you call Xiao Qiao Princess? Can you tell me about Xiao Qiao's background? Yi Fei asked respectfully. Xiao Qiao also looked at the heavenly Tao tree expectantly. Obviously, Xiao Qiao didn't seem to know about her background, but this didn't stop Xiao Qiao from acting spoiled in Yi Fei's arms. Seeing this scene, the heavenly path tree suddenly felt a little sour in its heart. It didn't answer the question. The princess has really grown up. Take good care of the princess. If you dare to let the princess starve or lose weight, I will personally go out and skin you. Then the heavenly Tao tree. Yi Fei was really speechless. Of the heavenly Tao, tree demon god's path, tree demon. Senior, Yi Fei was with speechless god, is. Cut the crap. You will naturally know what you need to know in the future. Also, if you want to take the princess away, you still have a test to complete. Take care. The heavenly Tao world. Heaven and earth return to normal. At that instant, Yi Fei was shocked to discover that he was not in a grassland, but outside a cave. The entrance of the cave was covered in a strange seal, which felt similar to the aura of the martial god realm, but it was slightly different from the aura of the martial god realm. As expected of a tree demon, it actually brought me to a place like this without me noticing. Oh no, someone's coming. Before he could sigh, he suddenly heard the blood-curdling screams of someone dying in the distance. Then, a dozen fierce voices echoed in the wilderness. Listen up, this is a forbidden area of the school of legalism. Those who approach will die. Those who trespass will be killed. Then, there were a few more screams and pleas for mercy, but it was useless. Soon, those voices disappeared. It was obvious that they had been killed. Yi Fei finally understood what this final test meant. The heavenly Tao tree must have discovered the approach of the legalist half-emperors. The school of legalism had sent people to guard this place. It was very likely related to the cave in front of him. Of course, this wasn't what worried Yi Fei the most. What worried Yi Fei the most was the strength of the dozen half-emperors. They're half-emperors after all. Even if their cultivation is suppressed, they're still half-saints. They can instantly kill ordinary emperors. With my current strength, dealing with one or two of them won't be a problem, but facing a dozen of them, won't I just be courting death? Escape on the dragon turtle? Yi Fei shook his head. He had originally snuck in. The dragon turtle was too conspicuous. Once he was discovered, with the power of the quasi-emperor clans, they would quickly trace it back to him. It was also very likely that Xiao Qiao would be exposed. It seemed impossible to ask the heavenly Tao tree for help. After all, this was a test from the heavenly Tao tree. If Yi Fei couldn't prove that he could protect Xiao Qiao, the heavenly Tao tree would immediately take Xiao Qiao away by force. When he thought of this, Yi Fei's face turned pale. This is bad. I definitely can't beat a dozen half-emperors. But if I can't beat them, the heavenly Tao tree might take Xiao Qiao away. Why is my life so unlucky? This won't do. Looks like I can only continue using that move. If he couldn't fight head-on, he could only use his wits. Xiao Qiao, hurry up and enter the beast mark space. We might have to make a comeback this time and do something big again. Yi Fei quickly thought about it. He tried his best to recall F.A. Wudao's appearance and the aura he felt from F.A. Wudao's body. The treasure mask on his face suddenly twisted. In an instant, it turned Yi Fei into F.A. Wudao. It wasn't just F.A. Wudao's appearance. Even the aura he exuded was exactly the same. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The only thing that troubled Yi Fei was that he couldn't find F.A. Wudao's gold-threaded robe or cloud-treading boots on him. This was his only flaw. He had to rack his brains in the shortest time possible to cover this flaw. However, before Yi Fei could figure out, the 13 half-emperors from the legalism sect, who had killed all the martialists nearby, were already rushing over. They wanted to establish a restricted area here. Then, they all saw Yi Fei standing at the entrance of the cave. When they saw his familiar robes, the eyes of the two half-emperors, who had been kicked in the balls before, turned red. It's him. It's him. We wouldn't mistake him even if he turned into ashes. I never imagined that he would actually come here. I don't care which family he belongs to. Let's charge out and chop him into 8 pieces. How can 8 pieces be enough? We need at least 800 pieces. The two half-emperors thought about how their balls had been crushed in front of so many people. This was an irreconcilable enmity. It was an unspeakable crime. They went berserk on the spot and raised their bloody golden war blades as they roared and charged over. Yi Fei was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he couldn't back down now. He had no choice but to charge forward. Audacious dog slaves. Who are you trying to kill? Do you believe that I will gouge out your eyes and cut off your ears? Get out of my way. Yi Fei tried his best to imitate F.A. Wudao's arrogant expression. His gaze became even more ferocious due to the provocation. Before the two half-emperors could react, Yi Fei raised his hands arrogantly and slapped the half-emperors in the face twice in a row. He had really crossed 10 cultivation levels and slapped the half-emperors in the face in front of so many people. There were no onlookers around, so he could take advantage of this. When the 2 slaps landed, Yi Fei was so scared that his heart started to tremble. If he was exposed, his fate would be extremely miserable. Fortunately, the treasure mask didn't disappoint Yi Fei. Lawless F.A. was famous for being arrogant and overbearing in the legalism school. Yi Fei's 2 slaps didn't arouse the suspicion of the 2 half-emperors. When they saw that the person they were about to attack was actually the first young master of the legalism school, the 2 half-emperors almost fainted from fright. They covered their swollen faces and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Young master, please spare us. We didn't know it was you." Chapter 1096. Don't be afraid. In the end, not only did Lawless F.A. have a high status in the school of legalism, but he was also surrounded every time he went out. It was simply impossible for him to go out alone and dressed so shabbily. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fei's appearance and aura were exactly the same as Lawless F.A.'s, these half-emperors would have become suspicious. Even now, despite calling Yi Fei young lord and acknowledging Lawless F.A.'s identity, their eyes were still constantly sizing up Yi Fei, trying to find a flaw in his impersonation. Sensing the gazes of these half-emperors, Yi Fei felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been so confident. If he knew that the 13 half-emperors would chase him all the way here, he would have been thick-skinned and followed the heavenly Tao tree into the strange space inside the cave. But now it was too late to regret. Yi Fei had already checked the cave before these half-emperors arrived. There was a very powerful restriction on the cave. Unless the cave was opened on its own initiative, it would be impossible for outsiders to enter. I can't be afraid. I can't be afraid. I've already kicked their balls and slapped their faces. If I'm exposed, these half-emperors will tear me apart. When Yi Fei understood this point and faintly sensed the hostility in the eyes of these half-emperors, he made up his mind and clenched his teeth. He gathered his courage and pointed at the noses of the half-emperors in front of him, cursing them. How dare you? You actually didn't kneel after seeing me. What are your intentions? Do you want to overturn the heavens? Or do you think that I, lawless Fa, am not worthy of being your young lord? It seems like you bunch of slaves are asking for a beating. Yi Fei pretended to be lawless Fa's ferociousness. In any case, it didn't matter if he slapped one or two half-step emperors. So, he plucked up his courage and slapped all 13 half-step emperors in turn. The other warriors would have been scared out of their wits if they had seen this. A half-step sage had slapped the faces of half-step emperors. Moreover, he had slapped 13 half-step emperors at once. Even if he had eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, he wouldn't be so crazy. But what Yi Fei wanted was for Fa Wu Dao to be crazy. Otherwise, how could he show how arrogant and despotic Fa Wu Dao was? He was ferocious. He had slapped Fa Wu Dao in the face and made those half-emperors understand a fact. Even if they had doubts, they couldn't find any flaws. Fa Wu Dao was their young master. Not only did they not kneel in front of lawless Fa, they even looked suspicious. This was a great disrespect to their young lord. It was no wonder that lawless Fa was so fierce. Young lord, forgive us. We weren't disrespectful to you, but your sudden appearance caught us off guard. That's right, young master. Aren't you taking the test in Martial Spirit City? Why are you here all of a sudden? Where are your followers? Damn it. They didn't follow you to ensure your safety. Some of these demi-emperors were terrified. Some were trying to find an excuse to attack. Some were suspicious. And some were even trying to kill him. Their hearts were filled with hatred. If they found even the slightest flaw, it would prove that there was something wrong with this lawless law. Then, not only would they tear him apart, they would also eat his flesh piece by piece. Obviously, Yi Fei's slaps had really infuriated these half-emperors. If it weren't for lawless Fa's status as their young lord, they might have killed him. Helplessly, they couldn't confirm whether Yi Fei was a fake or not. They could only endure. One by one, the half-emperors were slapped. Not only did they not dare to fight back, but they were also forced to kneel on the ground. They were so sullen that their stomachs were about to explode. When Yi Fei saw that there was a chance, he immediately became spirited and courageous. He cast a sidelong glance at them and said coldly, "What? Looking at your expressions, are you suspecting me?" "We don't dare," the 13 half-emperors said in unison. However, their gazes were very strange. It was so strange that Yi Fei felt his hair stand on end. He knew that he had to explain. His life was more important. He couldn't bear the anger of 13 half-emperors. It was rare for Yi Fei to soften his tone. He scolded them unhappily. "It's all because of you useless good-for-nothings. My test in Martial Spirit City was just a disguise. My real plan was to sneak over here to ambush the Heavenly Tao Tree. With my preparations, I should have been able to pluck a large number of Heavenly Tao fruits without alerting anyone. However, you suddenly let a large group of people in and ruin my plans. You even let the Heavenly Tao Tree discover my tracks. After a great battle, all my treasures were destroyed. Even my pseudo-emperor weapon was slightly damaged. I had no choice but to wear the clothes of a dead person and pretend to be dead. Only then did I barely escape the Heavenly Tao Tree's pursuit." At this point, Yi Fei became even angrier. He angrily took out a Heavenly Tao fruit and smashed it on the face of a half-emperor. He smashed it on a half-emperor's face and shouted angrily, "Look at what you've done. It's one thing to lose the Heavenly Tao fruit, but who is going to pay for the damaged pseudo-emperor weapon?" Boom! As Yi Fei spoke, horrifying killing chi turned into a bloody hurricane that blocked the half-emperor's vision. At the same time, he opened a large crack in his spatial belt. Immediately, the horrifying might of a pseudo-emperor weapon pressed down. Naturally, this pseudo-emperor weapon was the ice bow. Of course, Yi Fei did not dare to take out the ice bow. He only released a little of the pseudo-emperor weapon's aura. Then, he seemed to think of something and did his best to suppress his anger. He scattered his killing chi and said angrily, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. If not for the fact that I am in need of people, I would definitely kill all of you." When the half-emperors saw the heavenly Tao fruit that Yi Fei tossed over, they also felt the true might of a pseudo-emperor weapon coming from Yi Fei, even though that might was weaker than a true pseudo-emperor weapon. However, with their half-emperor's strength, they naturally knew that Yi Fei did indeed have a pseudo-emperor weapon on him. Through Yi Fei's angry explanation, the 13 half-emperors immediately understood the cause and effect. It turned out that their young master had secretly come here to steal the heavenly Tao fruit. In the end, not only did they ruin their young master's plan, but they also nearly killed him. Even his pseudo-emperor weapon was damaged. No wonder the young master was so angry and wanted to kill us the moment he arrived. It's all our fault. The young master was angry, and we even doubted him. Looking at the genuine heavenly Tao fruit on the ground, and sensing the fluctuations of a pseudo-emperor weapon coming from Yi Fei, no one doubted Yi Fei's identity anymore. After all, there were not many people who dare to show off their pseudo-emperor weapons in the martial god space. Fa Wu Dao was definitely the most arrogant of them all. In addition, the appearance of the heavenly Tao fruit indirectly proved that Yi Fei and the heavenly Tao tree had indeed engaged in a fierce battle. It had been so fierce that Yi Fei had not hesitated to change into the clothes of a dead person and fake his death in order to escape the heavenly Tao tree's pursuit. Even the half-emperors trembled in fear. One had to know that the hierarchy of the quasi-emperor clans was extremely strict. Although they were half-emperors, they were actually just servants of the legalists. Chapter 1097. Blood Oath of the Heavenly Tao. Yi Fei coldly stared at the kneeling half-emperors. Considering Fa Wu Dao's arrogant and ferocious personality, he wouldn't forgive them just because they begged for mercy. He could only continue to act arrogant and furious. He didn't even try to hide the ferocious look on his face, as if he was trying his best to suppress his desire to kill. It had to be said that even though he had only met Fa Wu Dao once, Yi Fei was 50 to 60% sure of Fa Wu Dao's personality. Even though the kneeling half-emperors had gone through a lot of training, they were just servants of the legalism school. Their level was too low, and they didn't usually have the opportunity to interact with Fa Wu Dao. Otherwise, no matter how realistic Yi Fei's performance was, they would definitely have seen through some flaws. Unfortunately, Yi Fei's show of strength at the beginning, his heavenly Tao fruit, and the trace of quasi-emperor weapon aura had already shocked them. They would never have imagined that there would be someone so bold as to impersonate the first young master of the school of legalism, Fa Wu Dao, in the martial god space. These half-emperors were terrified. The more Yi Fei remained silent, the more nervous they became. They could only beg for mercy and explain with all their might, hoping to gain the young master's forgiveness. Yi Fei put on airs, showing some pride and arrogance on his face. He enjoyed the prestige of a half-martial monarch, kowtowing and kneeling to beg for mercy. Only then did his stern expression soften significantly. "Forget it, get up. From what you've said, I can't blame all of you for this. Clearly, someone deliberately wanted to ruin my plans. I heard that someone was causing trouble outside, so a large group of outsiders rushed in. Have you found the troublemaker?" "Young master, we haven't found him." The 13 half-emperors lowered their heads in shame. Even though they felt that Yi Fei's clothes were quite similar to that troublemaker's, they naturally didn't dare to suspect Yi Fei. They just thought that Yi Fei's clothes were exactly the same as that troublemaker's. That troublemaker must have deliberately dressed like the young master. His goal was to bring people in and ruin the young master's plan to obtain the heavenly Tao fruit. That's right. It's very likely that this is a trap set up by a hostile family specifically to target young master. Don't worry, young master. We will immediately investigate. We will definitely find that person and hand him over to young master to deal with. The few half-emperors discussed for a while. They cupped their fists at Yi Fei and said angrily, "Young master, we suspect that this is a plot by the other aristocratic families against you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that we didn't even know that you came in. Someone was dressed like you and deliberately stirred up trouble by inciting the other aristocratic family's disciples to break through our defenses. Please give us one day, young master. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." "Very well. One day is too little. I'll give you 10 days. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. After 10 days, report back to me. For now, all of you can disperse." Yi Fei waved his hand repeatedly with an angry and irritated look on his face. The half-emperors weren't angry. Instead, they were pleasantly surprised. "Who said that young master is arrogant? I think young master is actually quite good." "That's right. We asked for 1 day, but young master gave us 10 days. This is a good opportunity for us to atone for our sins. TSK, TSK. If we catch the troublemaker who caused us to make a mistake, we will definitely skin him alive." With anger and a trace of gratitude towards Yi Fei, these half-emperors aggressively charged towards the other cultivators. They swore that even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they would find the troublemaker who set them up and beat him to death. Seeing these half-emperors leaving, Yi Fei could not help but reveal a strange expression on his face as he rejoiced that their identities had not been seen through. If they knew that the troublemaker who made them gnash their teeth was right in front of them, what would they think in their hearts? Then, Yi Fei's face suddenly turned cold. "Come out. Sneaking around. What do you want? You are indeed the young master. My little concealment technique is embarrassing." Not far away, a half-emperor actually walked back. Yi Fei's face twitched. He had just shouted casually to scare them. He did not expect that there would actually be someone. He was really speechless. "Speak. What do you want?" Yi Fei waved his hand impatiently. However, he secretly hid the dragon turtle in his sleeve. He was a little worried that he would be seen through. Sensing Yi Fei's impatience, that person said very simply, "I know that the Zhu clan has a blacksmith master who has recently been collecting earth fire in the Fiery Valley. Young master, if you want to repair a quasi-emperor weapon, you can go to the Fiery Valley." Fiery Valley? A blacksmith master? Yi Fei's eyes lit up. He thought of the broken ice bow in his hand. If it could be repaired, he would have a real quasi-emperor weapon. "Speak. Why are you telling me this? Do you think that I don't know your motive?" After the pleasant surprise, Yi Fei's tone suddenly turned cold. He would not fall for such a simple trick to test him. He immediately kicked the ball back to Yi Fei. That person trembled. He thought that Yi Fei had seen through his intentions and knew that he had no choice but to tell the truth. He sighed and said, "Young master is wise. Didn't you say that you need people now? I hope to follow young master." "What? Follow me?" Yi Fei was very shocked. This was a half-emperor. It was so easy for him to choose to follow him. Even if Lei Wudao's status was noble, there was no need to be so exaggerated. "Once you follow me, you will become my servant. You have to think carefully," Yi Fei quickly emphasized. He was afraid that this person would really follow him. If he was exposed, the wrath of a half-emperor would not be something that he could bear. "I have thought it over. Our school of legalism has strict rules. We have committed a grave mistake this time. Once the clan finds out, we will definitely be severely punished. Even if our cultivation is not crippled, we will not be able to stand out in the clan in the future. I am willing to follow young master." That person's tone was firm. It was obvious that he was seeking refuge out of fear of punishment. Yi Fei suddenly felt very regretful. He should not have said that he needed people now. He had given this person an inexplicable hope. Only heaven knew that he had turned into Lei Wudao to trick this group of half-emperors into leaving so that he could escape quickly. He did not expect that he had been so engrossed in his deception that he had fooled one of them. Yi Fei's expression immediately turned ugly. He did not know whether to refuse or not to refuse. He saw that person's dilemma. That person misunderstood again. He quickly recommended himself. "I am in the school of legalism. Although I am the most ordinary half-emperor at the bottom, I have a lot of information especially information on the third young master. It will definitely be very helpful to young master. This, Yifei was even more conflicted. It would have been better if he had not said this. From Lei Wudao's standpoint, Yifei had no reason to refuse. If he refused, this person would definitely be suspicious. Yifei could only pretend to be deep in thought. He did not know how to continue the act. But Yifei did not need to think too much. Seeing that Yifei did not refuse and was instead deep in thought, the person was overjoyed. He knew that Yifei was already wavering. As long as he worked harder, he would become the young master's man in the future. Then his status would continue to rise. Immediately, the person made a decision that he regretted bitterly. Without waiting for Yifei to hesitate, he had already knelt on the ground with a plop. He cut open his palm and sprinkled his essence blood into the sky. He swore loudly, "Young master, I hereby swear a heavenly Tao blood oath. From now on, I will be loyal to young master and will never betray you. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me." Rumble. Chapter 1098. Fiery Valley. You're actually willing to swear such a ruthless oath just to follow me? Yifei looked at the blood, oath soul essence in his hand. He was truly shocked. In the beast-marked space, Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe that Yifei had managed to trick a half-emperor with just a few words. People abandoned by the heavens are really terrifying. Is it really good for the princess to follow him? What if she's led astray? Although the heavenly Tao tree had entered the strange space inside the cave, it had been secretly observing Yifei's actions. It was evaluating whether Yifei had the ability to take care of Xiao Chao. However, the heavenly Tao tree had clearly underestimated Yifei. He felt even more regret in his heart. He shouldn't have agreed to let Xiao Chao follow Yifei. If things didn't go well, she might be led astray. At this moment, the heavenly tree had the urge to abandon its promise and forcefully take Xiao Chao away. It looked at Yifei with a hint of fear in its eyes. For the young master, I'm willing to give my all. That half-step emperor loudly expressed his loyalty. He was very happy in his heart. He secretly admired his own wisdom and decisiveness. He had actually thought of directly swearing a blood oath to the heavenly Tao. In this way, not only would he be able to express his loyalty, he would also be able to curry favor with the young master. Once he thought about how he would be the young master's subordinate from now on, only below one person and above tens of thousands of people, the half-martial emperor's heart was filled with excitement. Facing such a fervent gaze, Yifei knew that if he didn't agree to this person's loyalty, his identity as the young master of the school of legalism would be exposed. Then, legalism's half-emperor Ba would discover that he had been deceived. There would be countless disciples from the aristocratic families around him. They would line up to kill him hundreds of times. Helpless, Yifei could only choose to refine the blood, oath, soul essence in his hand. Instantly, he felt that the half-emperor had absolute control over him. He could kill this half-emperor with just a thought. Forget it. This half-martial emperor's brain has been tricked quite badly. Even if his brain isn't very bright, I would still feel bad if I were to kill him. Furthermore, I'm not sure about the location of the Raging Fire Valley. I can let this person lead the way. When he thought up to here, Yifei reluctantly accepted this half-step emperor as his follower and ordered him, "Very good. Take me to the Raging Fire Valley now. I just hope that you won't regret following me. By the way, what's your name?" "I, F.A.E.Hai, am loyal to the young master, and I will never regret it." F.A.E.Hai was quite good at flattery, but his flattery only gave Yifei a fright. Especially the name F.A.E.Hai. It almost caused Yifei to misunderstand. F.A.E.Hai is indeed as stupid as a donkey. Yifei lamented. What he didn't know was that it wasn't that F.A.E.Hai wasn't smart. It was that many of the half-martial emperors guarding this place had backing. Only F.A.E.Hai didn't have any backing. Once this matter was investigated, the other half-martial emperors would definitely join forces and push all the blame to F.A.E.Hai. It was also because he understood this that Fa Ehi chose to take the risk and pledge his loyalty. He took the opportunity to latch onto the thick thigh of the legalism's young master. It could be seen that Fa Ehi was quite opinionated. It was a pity that his eyesight wasn't too good. In the end, he still fell into the fire pit that Yi Fei had unintentionally dug. Even after Yi Fei left, the Heavenly Path tree still hadn't made up its mind to take action. Instead, it sighed helplessly. Sigh. As the Heavenly Path tree, I represent the Heavenly Path. If even I don't keep my promise, then the world will be in chaos. Your Highness, please don't be led astray by that person. As it watched Yi Fei take Xiao Chao away, the Heavenly Path tree's old face couldn't help but tear up. It was clearly regretting its actions. Along the way, Fai was also puzzled. As the legalism's young master, how come he didn't even know where the Raging Fire Valley was? However, after Yi Fei calmly promised that he would be transferred to his side as a betrothal when they returned to the clan, Fai's great excitement quickly covered up that tiny bit of doubt in his heart. He only led Yi Fei even more diligently. The Raging Fire Valley wasn't a valley. It was a special region formed by numerous huge fire wells. In this region, the flames were divided into 4 levels: ordinary fire, earthly fire, heavenly fire, and divine fire. This reminded Yi Fei of the extraterrestrial divine fire in his body. This divine fire had long lost its use as his cultivation base increased. At the same time, the extraterrestrial divine fire was only the fire of a meteorite. It was at most equivalent to an elementary earthly fire. If he wanted to repair or forge a quasi-thearch weapon, he would need heavenly fire. As for the arch weapons, they would need divine fire. This reminded Yi Fei of the arch weapon Yuan embryo in his body. I wonder if this Yuan embryo of mine is enough to forge an arch weapon. If I have an arch weapon, I can do whatever I want in the entire Middle Continent. However, I can't be careless. Although I have comprehended the sky sword force and the mysteries of life and death, my heaven force is only 10% complete. It can only reach the standard of an ordinary emperor. If I don't use the power of despair, not only will I not be able to beat Fa Wu Dao, I won't even be able to beat Dongfang Yu. Yi Fei concluded that he still had to keep a low profile along the way. He absolutely couldn't run into any acquaintances of Fa Wu Dao in order to avoid being exposed. Thus, Yi Fei found Fai and told him sternly, Fai, I want to cultivate in the near future. I don't want to be too high profile, and I don't want to meet those ordinary people too often. In the future, if you can avoid meeting anyone, try not to. Hurry to the Raging Fire Valley as soon as possible. Yes, young master. Don't worry. I guarantee that no one will disturb your cultivation. Fai replied very straightforwardly. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. In the past, Fa Wu Dao had always liked to be in the limelight. Why was he so low-key now? It even felt like he was a thief. However, Fai saw that Yi Fei seemed to have inadvertently mentioned the pseudo-thearch weapon and then sighed. He seemed to be worried about his gains and losses. Fai finally understood. Young master is someone who likes to be in the limelight. He hates it when others see him fail. He definitely doesn't want others to know that his pseudo-thearch weapon is damaged. As young master's follower, I must cover for him. Thus, even without Yi Fei's instructions, Fai worked very hard to chase away anyone who might disturb Yi Fei. Besides cultivating, Yi Fei was also hurrying along. However, out of fear that Fai would see through him, Yi Fei still didn't dare to cultivate. Instead, he took out a large number of heavenly Dao fruits from the heavenly Dao tree and ate one every now and then. After eating, he hurried to cultivate. He cultivated as he hurried along. When he ate the 6th heavenly Dao fruit, Yi Fei's heavenly sword force had already risen to the 6th level. After that, he couldn't raise it any further. It seems that the half-saint realm can allow me to comprehend the heavenly sword force without limit. The heavenly sword force of 60% should be the limit. If I want to continue to raise it, I have to break through to the heavenly ascension realm. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with understanding. Chapter 1099. Little sister Zhu Fei Yihai was a chatterbox. The good thing about such a person was that there was no need for him to investigate. He would go around chatting with people and inadvertently obtain a lot of information. For example, the Zhu family had sent a weapon master this time. Before the news had spread, Fei Yihai had already heard about it. In a world of martial arts, other than martial practitioners, there were three professions that were the most precious: alchemist, artificer, and formation master. Among them, Grandmaster Weaponry was currently the highest title for weaponsmiths. It indicated that this person had personally forged a qualified pseudo-emperor armament. If this person was able to improve further and forge a legendary imperial armament, then this person's title would be Imperial Preceptor. Look, young master, the Raging Fire Valley is up ahead. The Zhu family even built a city here. They say it's for protection, but they actually want to monopolize it. Fei Yihai was a little indignant, as if he didn't have a good impression of this place. Yi Fei raised his head and looked. Indeed, a large city appeared in the distance. It was called Raging Fire City. The city was extremely hot, and the martial practitioners who entered and exited were strictly checked. Halt! Which family are you from? Why have you come to our Raging Fire City? There were a few experts guarding the city gates, as usual. While they were not as bold as the legalists, they were still experts of the 7th or 8th level of the martial saint realm. From this, it could be seen that the Zhu family was inferior to the legalists. As the number one young master of the legalists, if he wasn't arrogant now, when would he be? Yi Fei snorted coldly, not even looking at these guards as he strode inside. Fei Yihai jumped out, pointing at the guards and cursing. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. This is our young master, Fei Wudao. Where's your weapon master? Hurry up and call him out to greet him. What Wudao Fei? He is indeed arrogant. How noble is Master Zhu's status? He actually called Master Zhu out to greet him? There were many juniors who wanted to ask Master Zhu for help. They all lined up obediently by the side. Only Yi Fei directly cut the line and actually called Master Zhu out to greet him. Many people were angered. Only, due to Yi Fei's status as the legalist's young master, they didn't dare to say anything. The Zhu family's power was indeed inferior to the legalists. Hearing that it was Fei Wudao, even though Master Zhu was extremely unwilling, he had to take the initiative to greet him. He said in a neutral tone, "Young Master Fei, why are you looking for me? Senior, it's like this. My quasi-emperor weapon is damaged. I wonder if Senior can repair it?" Yi Fei's attitude was very sincere. After all, he still needed to rely on this weapon master in front of him to repair the ice bow. His attitude made Master Zhu a little surprised. However, when he thought of how Yi Fei had come to beg him, his attitude was understandable. However, Grandmaster Zhu's attitude remained cold. He nodded and said, "This old man is not free right now. Leave behind the quasi-emperor artifact that needs to be repaired. Come and get it in 20 days. No, I can't wait that long. Grandmaster, can you fix it for me within 10 days? Yi Fei said in a low voice. After all, there were too many people here who knew Fei Wudao. He could only guarantee that no one would see through his disguise within 10 days. This old man is busy researching the materials for the Emperor artifact. I don't have the time to help you repair your pseudo-thearch artifact. If you want to wait, then wait. Grandmaster Zhu was very arrogant. His identity was very special, and he didn't care much about Fei Wudao's identity. He was already giving him face by coming out to greet him. After speaking, Grandmaster Zhu turned to leave. Fei Yihai was enraged. Impudent. A small Zhu family dares to be disrespectful to our young master? So what if they're disrespectful? Fei Wudao, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. The crowd in the distance dispersed. A woman with a hot figure wearing fire barbaric boots and a green silk skirt walked over. She was also surrounded by a large group of people. It was obvious that she had an extraordinary identity. However, When she saw that Yi Fei was wearing ordinary clothes and only had one follower beside him, Zhu Xiaomei was slightly surprised. Then, she thought of something and her gaze became even more disgusted. Don't be arrogant. You should be low-key. F.A. Wu Dao, what's the point of doing all this? Get out of the fiery valley immediately so that you don't dirty my eyes. Huh. I didn't expect the little princess of the Zhu family to be here. How can F.A. Wu Dao be arrogant now? Zhu Xiaomei's appearance shocked the surrounding warriors. Many of them revealed expressions of schadenfreude. It could be seen how bad F.A. Wu Dao's relationship with others was. Yi Fei felt ashamed. At the same time, he felt that the hot woman in front of him didn't come with good intentions. She seemed to be familiar with F.A. Wu Dao. His heart felt weak, but he decided not to talk to her. He simply ignored the woman and cupped his hands towards Grandmaster Zhu. Grandmaster Zhu, I only have 10 days. Within these 10 days, please help me repair my weapon. F.A. Wu Dao, will definitely do whatever you want. I'll definitely do it. F.A. Wu Dao, what tricks are you playing? Zhu Xiaomei was surprised that Yi Fei wasn't angry after being mocked. However, no matter what, she didn't have any good feelings towards F.A. Wu Dao. She even had a faint hatred towards him. At this moment, F.A. Wu Dao obviously had a request for Grandmaster Zhu. Zhu Xiaomei rolled her eyes and directly instructed Grandmaster Zhu. 13th uncle, didn't you agree to help me refine weapons in these 10 days? How can you help someone else? Cough, cough. That's right. Young master of the legalists, I'm really sorry. I'm a member of the Zhu family, so I have to prioritize refining weapons for the family. You should find someone better qualified, Grandmaster Zhu said apologetically as he nodded his head. However, Yi Fei could tell at a glance that Grandmaster Zhu's apology wasn't sincere. Prioritizing the family was just an excuse to cooperate with a hot woman to reject him. He understood that if he wanted to deal with Grandmaster Zhu, he would first have to deal with Zhu Xiaomei. Yi Fei was depressed, but his tone was still very strong. Are you trying to brush me off? Are you looking down on my legalism? Name a price. What will it take for you to help me repair my weapon in 10 days? His words stunned Zhu Xiaomei and Grandmaster Zhu. Yi Fei had even brought up the legalists. If they rejected Yi Fei, it would be the same as rejecting the legalists. Even if the Zhu family's status was special, they couldn't afford to offend the legalists. Grandmaster Zhu didn't dare continue with Zhu Xiaomei's nonsense. Instead, he advised her in a low voice, "Third miss, although F.A. Wu Dao is arrogant and has a bad character, he is still the first young master of the legalists. Right now, it's not appropriate for the Zhu family to become enemies with the legalists. It's only because of his bloodline that he can act so tyrannically. What's so great about him? If I can't reject him, I'll disgust him to death." Zhu Xiaomei was furious. She hadn't expected Yi Fei to bring up the legalists to deal with her. She wasn't someone to be trifled with either. She immediately retorted, "F.A. Wu Dao, other people might be afraid of the legalists, but I'm not. Don't you want to repair your weapon? Sure, take out 10 billion high-grade spirit stones if you have the ability. I'll immediately get 13th uncle to repair it for you in 10 days. If you can't, then I'll have to trouble you to line up outside obediently." That's right, line up. What's so great about being the young master of the legalists? We've already been waiting here for a few days. Why do you have to beat us to it? Chapter 1100. Just wait and see. Young master. F.A. Hai was a little worried. After all, he was the one who brought Yi Fei here. If Yi Fei was humiliated here, he would definitely vent his anger on F.A. Hai. Don't worry, it's none of your business. Yi Fei took good care of his first follower and did not have any intention of venting his anger on F.A. Hai. However, Yi Fei was very depressed about Zhu Xiaomei. Who did I offend? I only wanted to repair my weapon, but I actually met my enemy. That's right. Yi Fei immediately understood Zhu Xiaomei's enmity and anger towards him. This woman in front of him was probably one of F.A. Wu Dao's enemies. Now that he was using F.A. Wu Dao's identity, he naturally attracted Zhu Xiaomei's hatred. Yi Fei felt wronged, but this was his best chance to repair his quasi-emperor weapon. Yi Fei would not give up so easily. Even if the other party was a woman, he couldn't hold back anymore. He had to completely defeat her. Zhu Xiaomei, this is what you said. If I can take out 10 billion, you have to guarantee that you will repair my weapon within 10 days? Yi Fei asked in a low voice. Zhu Xiaomei straightened her body and nodded fiercely. I, Zhu Xiaomei, am a woman of my words. 13th uncle is the best weapon master in our Zhu family. Not to mention 10 days. Even 8 days would not be a problem. All right, it's a deal. F.A. Wu Dao will give you 10 billion. Within 8 days, you have to repair my weapon. Yi Fei insisted. The longer he delayed, the easier it would be for him to be exposed. 8 days was exactly what he wanted. As for 10 billion, with F.A. Wu Dao's identity, he was not afraid that he would not be able to gather it. F.A.E. Hai, send a message immediately. Get everyone to gather 10 billion. Yi Fei could not bear to use his own spiritual stones. Fortunately, he had F.A.E. Hai by his side. These words caused F.A.E. Hai to feel dizzy. Just to repair the weapon, they would have to spend 10 billion. What a terrifying amount of money that was. Young master, we can't gather so many spiritual stones. F.A.E. Hai cried. We have to hand over everything we obtained in the martial god space. We don't have many spiritual stones on us. What? Not many spirit stones? Yi Fei took a deep breath and subconsciously glanced at Zhu Xiaomei. Zhu Xiaomei was very happy. The feeling of trampling lawless under her feet was really great. Feeling Yi Fei's gaze, Zhu Xiaomei fiercely said, "What are you looking at? I am indeed a great beauty, but I don't know what a shameless person like you can even dream of. If you can't take out 10 billion spirit stones, then either get out of the city or get in the back of the line." Zhu Xiaomei put her hands on her hips. Her face was full of disgust and hatred when she thought about how tyrannical F.A. had harassed her. Feeling Zhu Xiaomei's hateful gaze, Yi Fei felt his scalp go cold. What enmity did F.A. Wu Dao have with Zhu Xiaomei? What enmity did F.A. Wu Dao have with Zhu Xiaomei for her to hate him so much? Yi Fei asked F.A.E. Hai in a low voice. What kind of enmity does this little sister Zhu have with me that she has to target me like this? Young master, you don't remember? F.A.E. Hai had a strange expression on his face. He was a little puzzled. I have too many women. If there aren't 10,000 of them, there are at least 8,000 of them. How can I remember all of them? Yi Fei bragged without blushing. F.A.E. Hai's expression became even more strange, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, his interests were completely tied to Yi Fei's. Young master, have you forgotten that little sister Zhu was the first woman you liked? According to the family's legends, in order to pursue her, you once brought people to beat up all the children of the aristocratic families close to little sister Zhu until they were crippled. Then, you came to propose marriage and try to force a marriage contract with little sister Zhu, but failed. Later on, young master was unwilling to give up. It was said that you came up with a rotten idea and secretly sent out the family's men of sacrifice to kidnap little sister Zhu. In the end, little sister Zhu was very strong and killed all of your men of sacrifice. Although that matter was suppressed, young master, you were still unwilling to give up. In the end, during a banquet, you drugged the wine and attacked little sister Zhu again. In the end, little sister Zhu found out in advance and saw you as a mortal enemy. The more F.A.E. Hai spoke, the more excited he became. Who knew how many rumors he had heard? Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine when he heard these words. Kidnapping the bride? Kidnapping? And shamelessly drugging her in the end? F.A. Wu Dao's methods were getting worse and worse. It was no wonder that little sister Zhu was so against him. The Zhu family knew that the legalists were powerful and had deliberately restrained themselves. Who would have thought that I, Yi Fei, who has been wise all my life, would unknowingly become the scapegoat for lawless F.A.? I really feel wronged. However, in order to repair the ice bow, I cannot admit defeat. Yi Fei's fighting spirit was ignited when he thought of this. He shot a cold glance at little Sister Zhu before regaining his arrogance. It's just a mere 10 billion spirit stones. Fa Wu Dao do not lack spirit stones. Grandmaster Zhu, please help me repair my weapon now. When I return to the legalists, Fa Wu Dao will naturally hand over the 10 billion spirit stones. It became lawless law. Even if it was on credit, Yi Fei would do it with boundless heroism. Many female cultivators were infatuated with him. Grandmaster Zhu was shocked. Young master of the legalists, are you sure you're not joking? Do you really want 10 billion spirit stones to repair your weapon? I don't lack spirit stones. Let's see if Grandmaster Zhu can repair my weapon in 8 days. Yi Fei said proudly. Fa Wu Dao was the one taking credit, and Fa Wu Dao was the one paying for it. Yi Fei had no qualms about spending the spirit stones. Gasp! All the martialists could not help but be shocked by Yi Fei's wealth. Only the legalists could afford to spend 10 billion spirit stones. Grandmaster Zhu was also excited. Given his strength, repairing a pseudo-thearch artifact would only cost him 100 million spirit stones at most. He could easily earn 990,000 spirit stones. Even if little sister Zhu had a grudge against Fa Wu Dao, the Zhu family could not refuse such a good deal. All right, I agree to this. Grandmaster Zhu was about to nod his head. Hold on, words are no guarantee. 10 billion spirit stones is not a small amount. Who knows if he will renege on his promise? Zhu Xiaomei had not expected that Yi Fei would be willing to be a sucker to repair his weapon. However, when she thought of what had happened in the past, a ball of fire burned in her heart. She flatly refused. Fa Wu Dao, we do not accept credit here. You have to pay the spirit stones first before repairing your weapon. This is the Zhu family's rule. Am I right, 13th uncle? Zhu Xiaomei had been so fierce a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, she had become a little girl. She was acting coquettishly in front of Grandmaster Zhu. Her ability to change her attitude shocked even Yi Fei, let alone Grandmaster Zhu. Even though Grandmaster Zhu was envious of Yi Fei's spirit stones, he still sighed helplessly. Young master of the legalists, we do not accept credit. Why don't you come back after you have gathered enough spirit stones? Little sister Zhu, are you deliberately going against me? Yi Fei was finally angry. He did not look at Grandmaster Zhu, but glared fiercely at Zhu Xiaomei. If he could, he would definitely give her a good beating. However, this was the raging Fire Valley, so he did not even have the chance to do so. Zhu Xiaomei was even more fearless in her own territory. She put on an innocent expression and said, Fa Wu Dao, although you are scum, I, Zhu Xiaomei, have always been a person who deals with things, not people. If you take out 10 billion spirit stones, we'll immediately fix it for you. If you can't, then scram back to where you came from. Hee hee. Zhu Xiaomei even laughed in the end. She felt that she had finally trampled Fa Wu Dao to the ground and vented her anger. If the person in front of her was really Fa Wu Dao, he would definitely be roaring in anger. Unfortunately, Zhu Xiaomei had clearly found the wrong opponent this time. Yi Fei had been waiting for Zhu Xiaomei to say this. Veins popped out on his forehead as he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was trying to suppress his anger. Little sister Zhu, you said it yourself. If I take out real money, you will repair my weapon. Do you dare swear that you will not go back on your word? All right, I swear. But can you take out the money? Zhu Xiaomei felt that victory was already in her hands. If she put in a little more effort, she would be able to trample Fa Wu Dao's face into the ground. Chapter 1101. Too despicable. What? Pig Xiaomei? Yi Fei's words before he left were too bold. Zhu Xiaomei didn't react for a moment. When she did, Zhu Xiaomei was so angry that her hair stood on end. For better or worse, she was a peerless beauty, yet she was actually lawless Fa. I'm going to chop you to death. Zhu Xiaomei took out a golden halberd in a towering rage. Grandmaster Zhu and the Zhu family's warriors were scared out of their wits. Third miss, you can't. Lawless Fa is the first young master of the legalism sect. If you hurt him, our Zhu family won't be able to explain." As they spoke, the Zhu family's martial sages ignored Zhu Xiaomei's punches and kicks. They risked their lives to snatch the golden halberd. "Ah, lawless Fa, I'm not done with you." Even though her weapon was snatched, Zhu Xiaomei was still angry. She moved a chair and sat at the entrance of the raging fire valley. "Humph, even if I can't chop you to death, I'll disgust you to death. As long as I'm here, you can forget about taking a step into the raging fire valley." Zhu Xiaomei's tantrum caused the nearby aristocratic family's disciples to wail. They secretly cursed Yi Fei for cutting the queue. Why did he have to provoke Zhu Xiaomei, this tigress? Now that the tigress was angry, who would have the guts to go around Zhu Xiaomei and ask Grandmaster Zhu to help them forge weapons? This lawless Fa is getting more and more arrogant. He only knows how to bully people with his bloodline. There are many people stronger than him in our aristocratic family. He actually dared to call Fairy Zhu a pig. You better not meet me. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat him to death to vent Fairy Zhu's anger. Before that person could finish speaking. At this time, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Brother, you want to beat me to death to vent Zhu Xiaomei's anger?" That person's body stiffened. He turned his head mechanically and looked at Yi Fei, who patted his shoulder. "Fa, lawless Fa. That's right, it's me, lawless law. You had a great time scolding me." Yi Fei smiled. The more he smiled, the scarier it was. The thought of Fa Wu Dao gouging out people's eyes and cutting off people's ears made the disciple's voice tremble with fear. "Brother Fa, I was just joking. Please, let me go." "I can let you go. Who asked me to be such a kind person? All right, how many spirit stones do you have?" Yi Fei was still smiling. No one knew what he was thinking. Even Fa Yihai, who had been following him, didn't know what Yi Fei was planning. However, when Yi Fei returned, Fa Yihai was holding a large stack of papers and a bright red ink pad. Under Yi Fei's seemingly smiling but cold threat, that disciple still revealed his spirit stone reserves. It wasn't a lot, just 100 million. It was a far cry from 10 billion, but it didn't matter. There wasn't much here, but there were a lot of people. Even an ordinary disciple of a family had 100 million spirit stones. In other words, as long as he borrowed money from 100 disciples of a family, he would be able to gather 10 billion spirit stones very quickly. How about it? Lend it all to me. You might not trust others, but do you not trust me, Fa Wu Dao? Don't worry, it's written in black and white. I can even put my fingerprint on it. Yi Fei gave Fa Yihai a look. Fa Yihai immediately prostrated himself in admiration of Yi Fei. Zhu Xiaomei had originally proposed 10 billion to make Yi Fei back off. In the end, Yi Fei immediately thought of borrowing money in front of everyone, easily breaking Zhu Xiaomei's sinister scheme. As expected of the young master, he can even think of such a method. Fa Yihai quickly wrote the agreement. Yi Fei also very generously put his fingerprint on it. He handed it over to the branch family disciple on the spot. That branch family disciple didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he held the agreement. However, his family was only a small one, so he couldn't afford to offend the young master of a big family like Fa Wu Dao. In the end, he could only console himself by telling himself that Fa Wu Dao was borrowing, not robbing. At the very least, he had put his fingerprint on it. Of course, this branch family disciple would never have dreamed that the young master of the legalism school in front of him was a fake. Even if he had put his fingerprint on it, the 100 million spirit stones he had lent would have basically gone down the drain. After successfully borrowing 100 million spirit stones, Yi Fei's interest was piqued. He quickly walked over to the next disciple of the family who had scolded him. "Brother, how many spirit stones do you have on you?" "What? You don't have any spirit stones? What are you doing here if you don't have any spirit stones?" Fa Wu Dao, am a kind person. Anyone who is willing to lend me spirit stones is my brother. If you aren't willing to lend me spirit stones, then you are my enemy. In other words, you are an enemy of the legalism school. Does your family want to become an enemy of the legalism school? Please answer me seriously. Yi Fei, who was full of righteousness, kept asking different martialists. He even specifically chose the branch family disciples of small families with no status. These people weren't strong, but they had a lot of spirit stones on them. Even if they didn't have 100 million spirit stones, they could still easily fork out a few million spirit stones. They didn't dare offend the young master of a big family like F.A. Wudao, let alone a huge entity like the legalism school. Therefore, the cultivators that Yi Fifan found, regardless of whether they were willing or not, would eventually receive an IOU from Yi Fifan. With a sullen face, they would lend out all their spirit stones. F.A. Hai also played a huge role in the process of borrowing money. Although he didn't have a high status in the legalism school, he knew a lot of people. Therefore, he was able to identify the branch family members who didn't have high status in the crowd with a single glance. Then, Yi Fei followed the clues and used his status as the young master of the legalism school to ask them one by one. Naturally, everything went smoothly. Soon, Yi Fei had borrowed more than 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. He believed that if he borrowed a few more people, 10 billion spirit stones wouldn't be too difficult to gather. Most importantly, these spirit stones had all been borrowed by Yi Fei using F.A. Wudao's name, so he didn't have to worry about returning them. I'm just too kind. There's so many people here, so I could have used F.A. Wudao's name to borrow their spirit stones one by one. However, I only borrowed a small portion of their spirit stones. When F.A. Wudao finds out, he will definitely thank me. Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. With a smile on his face, he continued to look for the next target that he could borrow money from and not return it. And all of the aristocratic family members that were targeted by his gaze felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Fei's smile, in their eyes, was more like a greedy and evil grin. If it weren't for the fact that every time Yi Fei borrowed a spirit stone, he would have seriously asked F.A. Hai to write an agreement and put his fingerprint on it. Otherwise, these disciples of the aristocratic families would have suspected that Yi Fei was openly robbing them. Zhu Xiaomei, who was sitting at the entrance of the Raging Fire Valley, watched Yi Fei's actions. Her mouth hung open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. She felt that Yi Fei's method was too shameless and despicable. It wasn't that there weren't any young masters in the crowd who had a similar status as F.A. Wudao, but Yi Fei didn't look for them to borrow spirit stones. Instead, he specifically looked for those who weren't doing well and whose strength and status couldn't compare to his. As a result, Yi Fei was naturally able to borrow from them. Chapter 11:02. Two conditions. Thus, Yi Fei didn't need to persuade them twice. Even if they didn't have any spirit stones, they would still think of ways to borrow some from others in order to buy an IOU from the legalist young master. In the eyes of these disciples from small family clans and branch families, what Yi Fei was holding wasn't just an IOU, but a token of friendship with a legalist young master that could guarantee their safety at a critical moment. Those with spirit stones took out their spirit stones one after another. Those who didn't have to cough up this sum of spirit stones, even if they had to hold back their tears. Zhu Xiaomei and a group of Zhu family martialists stared at them as if they had seen a ghost. In less than an hour, Yi Fei had used an extremely strange method to gather 10 billion spirit stones, which would have been enough to make any martialist back off. Yi Fei was deeply moved by the fact that so many martialists were willing to lend him spirit stones so generously. Brothers, I, Lawless F.A., don't have much to say. From now on, you will all be my brothers. I will definitely return all the money I have lent you. All the martialists who Yi Fei treated as brothers felt a little dazed. They didn't know whether they should keep the money they had lent or not. However, since he had written an IOU and put his fingerprint on it, it was unlikely that Lawless F.A. would refuse to return the money. When they thought of this, these martialists forced a faint smile on their faces. At the same time, their evaluation of Lawless F.A. changed from arrogant to shameless and overbearing. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Yi Fei. He wasn't Lawless F.A. anyway. With 10 billion spirit stones in his pocket, Yi Fei walked back to the Raging Fire Valley happily. He glanced coldly at Zhu Xiaomei. Zhu Xiaomei, I have already gathered 10 billion spirit stones. Can you ask Master Zhu to help me repair my weapon now? Shut up, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you call me Zhu Xiaomei? Zhu Xiaomei jumped up from her chair angrily. Yi Fei was speechless. You women are really troublesome. Don't tell me you don't want me to call you Zhu Zhu. We don't seem that close. Zhu Zhu? Pig pig? Zhu Xiaomei was stunned for a moment before realizing that Yi Fei was scolding her in a roundabout way. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Fortunately, Master Zhu reacted quickly and quickly restrained Zhu Xiaomei. He even restrained her voice. The martial sages at the side also glared at Yi Fei with dissatisfaction. They quickly took Zhu Xiaomei away, afraid that Zhu Xiaomei would lose her temper and fight to the death with Yi Fei. Master Zhu took a deep look at Yi Fei. Borrowing money in public was a small matter, but he could tell that this young master of the school of legalism was very capable. It seems that F.A. Wu Dao was able to become the first young master of the school of legalism not only because of his powerful bloodline, but also because of his deep scheming and strange methods. His arrogance is probably just a disguise. After deducing this, Master Zhu did not dare treat Yi Fei as an ordinary person. Instead, he cupped his fists at Yi Fei and said, Young Master F.A., would you please let this old man take a look at the damaged pseudo-thearch weapon? Don't you need to pay the spirit stones first? Can you dismiss the outsiders? Yi Fei said in a low voice. After all, the ice bow was not ordinary. If he took it out, he might be exposed. Master Zhu nodded in understanding. He understood that Yi Fei's pseudo-thearch weapon was very important. He directly brought Yi Fei into the raging fire valley before saying, Young Master F.A., you can take out the pseudo-thearch weapon now. This old man swears on his emperor-teacher soul that I will not reveal the secret of your weapon. Otherwise, I will never become an emperor-teacher. As for the reward, the 10 billion spirit stones were just a joke made by the third Mississippi young master. You don't have to take it seriously. 100 million spirit stones are enough to repair a pseudo-thearch weapon. Of course, if the damage is too severe, this old man may not be able to do anything. Master Zhu's expression was very serious. Clearly, this was a master who was obsessed with weapon refinement. He should be trustworthy. Yi Fei took out the ice bow and said respectfully, Master, please take a look. This is my damaged pseudo-thearch weapon. This is Martial Emperor Hanbing's ice bow. Heavens, it actually fell into young Master F.A.'s hands. I never thought that I would be able to see a complete emperor weapon in my lifetime. Seeing Yi Fei take out the ice bow, Master Zhu pounced overexcitedly like a ferocious tiger. He looked at the ice bow as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. Yi Fei's face was also filled with shock. What? The ice bow is an emperor weapon. That's right. This is an emperor weapon. However, it is severely damaged. At the same time, it is missing the most important thing, the frost arrow. The combination of the ice bow and the frost arrow is a true emperor weapon. The ice bow alone can only be considered a supreme-grade pseudo-thearch weapon. It's a pity that it is damaged. Master Zhu stroked the ice bow in his hands emotionally. Especially when he saw the cracks on the ice bow, his tears fell. He then said anxiously, Young Master F.A., since the ice bow is in your hands, may I ask if you have obtained the frost arrow? I didn't obtain the frost arrow. I only have the ice bow. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. After knowing the origins of the ice bow, he suddenly regretted killing the Frost Emperor. The Frost Emperor could use the frost arrow. Although it wasn't a real frost arrow, the Frost Emperor definitely knew some information about the ice bow and the frost arrow. It was a pity that the Frost Emperor was already dead. That's right, Master. I wonder if you can help me completely repair this ice bow. Yi Fei suddenly asked worriedly. After all, the ice bow was an emperor weapon, and the limit of a weapon master was only to forge pseudo-thearch weapons. After he finished speaking, Yi Fei was shocked to find that Grandmaster Zhu did not reply. His eyes were only staring at the crack on the ice bow. Sometimes he was deep in thought, sometimes he was sad, sometimes he was happy, and sometimes he was crazy as he muttered to himself. Yi Fei then realized that Grandmaster Zhu had been immersed in the world of refining when he took out the ice bow. This old man is also an idiot. Yi Fei decided not to disturb Master Zhu. Instead, he stood silently to the side and waited. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Master Zhu's craziness made him think of the sword maniac elder. It was this respectable old man who brought him into the world of swordsmanship. Master Zhu pondered for an entire day and night. Only then did Master Zhu snap out of his thoughts. Seeing that Yi Fei hadn't interrupted or reminded him, a gleam of light flashed through Master Zhu's eyes. He's neither arrogant nor rash. Looks like the school of legalism has produced a pretty good junior. How is it, Master Zhu? Can you repair this ice bow? Seeing that Master Zhu had woken up, Yi Fei quickly opened his eyes. He looked somewhat anxious. Grandmaster Zhu laughed heartily. He was brimming with confidence. His confidence had even transformed into a peculiar telekinesis. Yi Fei knew that this was the telekinesis unique to weapon masters. The stronger the telekinesis, the higher the level of the weapon master. When the telekinesis materialized, Master Zhu would break through from weapon master to imperial preceptor. Although he wouldn't be a martial emperor, he would be comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor. Yi Fei couldn't help but respect Master Zhu even more. Master Zhu wasn't someone who liked to beat around the bush. He nodded confidently and said, "Young Master Fa, don't worry. I am confident that I can repair the damage to this ice bow from a low-grade quasi-emperor weapon to a supreme-grade quasi-emperor weapon. However, I still lack two conditions for the ice bow to completely recover its power and surpass a quasi-emperor weapon." "What conditions?" Yi Fei asked curiously. "One is the divine flame, and the other is the emperor weapon embryo. If I have these two things, I can guarantee that I can completely repair this ice bow." Master Zhu's face was filled with pride. However, this pride quickly turned into deep regret. Chapter 1103. Collecting the Divine Fire Heavens Chosen, Leaving His Name? Yi Fei's expression became extremely strange when he heard Grandmaster Zhu's words. He suddenly understood why he did not receive any rewards when he left his name on the martial spirit tablet. It seemed like entering the raging Inferno Valley and obtaining the divine fire was the hidden reward for leaving his name on the martial spirit tablet. After all, obtaining the divine fire was undoubtedly 100 times more precious than increasing one's power of heaven. And the divine fire was the key to forging an emperor weapon. Understanding this point, Yi Fei's heart suddenly became excited. The conditions that were extremely difficult for Grandmaster Zhu, or even impossible to complete, were actually very easy to solve. "Grandmaster Zhu, do you think this Emperor Armament embryo can repair the damage to the ice bow?" Yi Fei decided to throw caution to the wind. Since he knew that the ice bow was an Emperor weapon, even if it was only half of an Emperor weapon, he had to completely repair the ice bow. Only a weapon master like Grandmaster Zhu could completely repair the ice bow. Grandmaster Zhu looked at the item in Yi Fei's hand in shock. His eyes widened, and he almost went crazy. Heavens, this is an Emperor Armament embryo, and it's such a large piece of it. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Such an Emperor Armament embryo can completely repair the ice bow. It's been hundreds of years since anyone other than the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor has been able to leave their name on the martial spirit tablet's heaven and earth ranking. Grandmaster Zhu's eyes dimmed after his pleasant surprise. He was like a peerless swordsman who saw a treasured sword but was unable to possess it. His heart was filled with pain. "Ha ha, Grandmaster Zhu, don't worry. It's just the heaven and earth ranking. I, Wu Dao Fa, have passed through Martial Spirit City before coming to the raging Inferno Valley and tested the Martial Spirit Tablet. I've also left my name on the Heaven and Earth ranking." Yi Fei smiled proudly. He was actually rather nervous. He was gambling. He was gambling that no one would dare to spread the news of Wu Dao Fa's failure due to the threat of Wu Dao Fa. That way, he could collect the divine fire and repair the ice bow without worry. What? Young Master FAU, you actually managed to leave your name on the heaven and earth board? That's great. The heavens have eyes. Young Master FA, let's go to the martial god's fire well and obtain the divine fire. This time, I will do my best to repair the ice bow. Grandmaster Zhu was incomparably excited. As a weaponry grandmaster, there was nothing more exciting than forging an imperial armament. Even if this was only a restoration, Grandmaster Zhu believed that through this restoration, he would be able to grasp some forging techniques for imperial armaments. This way, he would be able to forge imperial armaments himself in the future and become an imperial preceptor. At this moment, Grandmaster Zhu was naturally very anxious. He simply couldn't think of anything else. His mind was only filled with refining, and refining. Yifei was very satisfied with Master Zhu's enthusiasm. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only a person who wholeheartedly devoted himself to something could be called a master. Thus, he happily followed Grandmaster Zhu to the most mysterious martial god's fire well in the raging fire valley. The martial god's fire well is formed by the martial god's heart fire. Unless you leave your name on the heaven and earth board and obtain the martial god's approval, you won't be burned by the divine fire and can enter. This time, I can help young Master FA repair the ice bow for free. I only hope that young Master FA can help me on account of the friendship between the legalism sect and the Zhu family. Grandmaster Zhu, how much divine fire do you think I should bring out? Yifei curiously looked at the martial god's fire well before him. The flames there were as hot as the sun. Even a martial emperor would be burned to ashes in an instant. Grandmaster Zhu's expression was very grave. He took out a fire gourd and handed it to Yifei, saying, "This is my Zhu family's treasure, the wind fire gourd. Young Master Fa only needs to fill this gourd with divine fire, and I will owe young Master Fa a huge favor. I promise that once I become an imperial preceptor, I will forge an imperial armament for young Master Fa for free. Then it's a deal." Yifei put on a pleasantly surprised expression. He did not care about an imperial armament. As long as he could get the ice bow, it would be the greatest help. Yifei solemnly accepted the fire gourd. He raised his foot and attempted to walk towards the martial god's fire well. With a boom, the well immediately began to boil. At this moment, the flames that were even more terrifying than the sun started to churn. What rushed out of the flames were no longer flames, but flamed divine dragons. They raised their heads and roared. Their blazing dragon eyes sized Yifei up coldly. Suddenly, a unique layer of golden light appeared behind Yifei. It was actually a projection of the martial soul steel that Yifei had pierced through. In the projection, there was a golden list that flowed through space like a river. The heaven and earth board. Activate the divine fire. I never thought that the legalism sect would actually produce a peerless genius on par with the Tian Fa, quasi-emperor. The legalism sect will become even stronger in the future. On the other hand, my Zhu family... Master Zhu became dejected. However, this dejection turned into eagerness and passion very soon. Young Master Fa, if you don't collect the divine fire now, when will you? Only with the appearance of the heaven and earth ranking did Yifei clear his doubts. He took a step into the martial god's fire well. Under the projection of the martial soul steel, he was unable to feel any heat. At the same time, he opened the wind fire gourd in his hand. The formation at the mouth of the gourd immediately activated. The wind fire gourd suddenly became extremely huge. It actually formed a vortex of wind and fire when it appeared. With a powerful suction, a dragon condensed from the divine fire was sucked into the gourd. Afterwards, a second and a third dragon appeared. Under the suppression of the martial soul steel, the divine fire dragons did not resist at all. They all flew into the wind fire gourd. This continued until the wind fire gourd turned red. It was so hot that Yifei's hand almost could not endure it. Only then did he leave the martial god's fire well in a hurry with the gourd filled with divine fire. At this moment, The projection of the martial soul steel behind him vanished completely. Divine fire. I, Zhu Ao, finally have a divine fire. As long as I can find enough materials for Imperial armaments, I'll be able to become an Imperial preceptor. Master Zhu was beside himself with joy. In the end, he bowed deeply towards Yi Fei and said sternly, "Thank you, young Master Fa. Without you, I would never have been able to become an Imperial preceptor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask our Zhu family. As long as it's not too much, our Zhu family will stand by your side." Master Zhu, don't be like that. You're my senior, while I'm your junior. If we're talking about gratitude, I should be the one who owes you. Without Master Zhu, who would I have gone to repair my ice bow? Yi Fei blinked at Master Zhu. Master Zhu was stunned. He could not help but glance at Yi Fei again. The admiration in his eyes became heavier and heavier as a strange thought appeared in his head. It looks like Doubtless Fa's arrogance really is just a disguise. He has tremendous potential and is truly an outstanding talent of an aristocratic clan. If I can marry him, it'll be my Zhu family's fortune. Master Zhu immediately thought of Zhu Xiaomei as a potential marriage partner. He immediately made up his mind to persuade Zhu Xiaomei properly when he returned. It would be best if she took the initiative to take down this outstanding young man. Strange. Why does Master Zhu's gaze feel a little strange when he looks at me earlier? Don't tell me he's discovered something wrong? Being stared at by Master Zhu, Yi Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. Only when Master Zhu walked to one side with the gourd and began refining the Imperial armament embryo did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Since Master Zhu was willing to continue refining it for him, he probably had not discovered anything wrong. Chapter 1104. Two young masters. Grandmaster Zhu's refining technique was very unique. He didn't use quintessential origin energy to refine the weapons. Instead, he used telekinesis. A weapon Grandmaster's telekinesis was enormous. With Grandmaster Zhu's telekinesis, a four-sided fire cauldron appeared in front of Yi Fei. His emperor weapon Origin Embryo was floating above the fire cauldron. Wisps of divine fire were quickly released from the windfire gourd. The flames were extremely thin, falling from the sky like a drizzle. A beautiful fire rain burst out and silently seeped into the embryonic emperor weapon. After being washed by the fire rain, the embryonic emperor weapon gradually turned red. From a solid state, it slowly flowed into the fire cauldron below like water droplets. The fire cauldron immediately boiled like boiling water. However, what was boiling inside was not water, but a platinum liquid formed after the emperor weapon Origin Embryo melted. At the same time, Yi Fei sensed an aura from the liquid that made his soul tremble. It felt like an ultimacy, but it seemed even more powerful. This is the law of heaven and earth. The emperor weapon Origin Embryo is a fragment formed after the law of heaven and earth solidified. Refining an emperor weapon is the same as refining the law. However, emperor weapons are easy to refine, but the law is hard to find. As emperor's preceptors, we need to refine the law. As long as we succeed, we can break through to martial emperor and martial god. However, this is a very narrow path. It's only suitable for cultivators who don't have enough talent in martial arts. It's the final struggle. Grandmaster Zhu was not only refining weapons, but he was also giving pointers to Yi Fei. He had already made up his mind to matchmake Yi Fei and Zhu Xiaomei. In the end, Law Doubtless had repeatedly used despicable methods to obtain Zhu Xiaomei. In the past, the Zhu family had tolerated it. But now, the Zhu family would pursue this matter to the end. They would not give up until they forced Yi Fei to marry Zhu Xiaomei. In any case, Yi Fei would definitely be the son-in-law of the Zhu family in the future. Grandmaster Zhu was naturally willing to give Yi Fei some pointers. As he refined weapons, he purposely recited a special telekinesis cultivation chant. This was a secret of the Zhu family that was not passed on to anyone who wasn't close to them. It was obvious that Grandmaster Zhu had already begun his scheming when he recited the chant. But Yi Fei did not know about this. He was stunned when he heard the mnemonic chant. He thought that Grandmaster Zhu was thanking him for helping him collect the divine fire. So he taught him a crafting mnemonic chant to express his gratitude. Since this is the elder's goodwill, if I don't accept it, then I won't be giving him any face. Sigh, there's no other way. I can only cultivate. He silently memorized the incantation in his heart and discovered that it was extremely difficult to pronounce. There were many parts that he could not understand. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was not to consult Master Zhu, but to silently awaken his undying sword soul and use its limitless power of comprehension to forcefully comprehend the chant. Master Zhu naturally noticed Yi Fei's actions. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like my plan has succeeded. This legalism kid has indeed begun to comprehend the refining incantation. However, how could it be so easy to comprehend my Zhu family's refining general principles? When this kid can't comprehend it and can't help but ask me for guidance, I will reprimand him. The refining general principles are the Zhu family's secret. If outsiders learn about it, they will either become the Zhu family's mortal enemy, or they will obediently become the Zhu family's son-in-law. That way, not only will my Zhu family gain a good son-in-law, but we will also become the most reliable allies with the legalism school. It looks like I'm quite suited to be a matchmaker other than refining weapons. Grandmaster Zhu was overjoyed as he looked at Yi Fei, who was bitterly trying to comprehend, but couldn't find the crux of the matter. He felt that he had done a good deed for his family and found a good husband for the Zhu family's little princess. But he didn't know that he had schemed against the wrong person. Yi Fei's mask was really too good at disguising himself. Even now, Grandmaster Zhu had not realized that the lawless Fa in front of him was a fake. The real lawless Fa was still riding a mutated beast and rushing towards the raging fire valley with a serious expression on his face. Behind him was a large group of guards. There were also 12 dejected half-emperors following him. If Yi Fei was here, he would definitely recognize these half-emperors as the ones he had tricked. They searched the wilderness for a long time, but could not find the troublemaker who had set them up. Instead, they encountered lawless Fa, who had rushed over to fight for the heavenly Dao tree after hearing that it had appeared. When they saw the arrogant lawless Fa, the dozen or so half-emperors were dumbfounded for a long time before they realized that they had been played for a fool. They quickly told the real lawless Fa about this. When he heard that someone had impersonated him, lawless Fa was naturally furious. He quickly used a special method to find Fa Ihai's location. Lawless Fa immediately brought a large group of subordinates to capture the impersonator. Unfortunately, lawless Fa was still a step too late. When he arrived, Yi Fei had already entered the raging fire valley and started refining pills. Only Fa Ihai, who was still in the city, was suddenly summoned by the family's voice transmission talisman. He was confused and rushed out of the city. As soon as he left the city, Fa Ihai was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the young master lawless Fa, who was dressed in bright clothes and riding a horse. He suspected that he had seen wrongly and even rubbed his eyes hard. There was no mistake. The person in front of him was indeed the young master, and the people around him were all legalists. Fa Ihai, we've been tricked. The person we met before was not the young master, but someone in disguise. It's very likely that he's the troublemaker who set us up. What? We've been tricked? He's not the young master. He's an impersonator? I even swore a heavenly Dao blood oath to follow that impersonator. Fa Ihai's vision darkened. He suddenly understood what it meant to be regretful to the point of pain. This surprise came too suddenly. With a puff, Fa Ihai became dizzy from anger. He vomited blood and fainted on the ground. Fa Wudao's face was cold. A shocking cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately whipped Fa Ihai, causing bloody wounds to appear on Fa Ihai's body. The sharp pain immediately woke Fa Ihai up. He cried bitterly. With great anger and heart-wrenching regret, he knelt in front of F.A. Wu Dao. That damned impersonator. Young master, I've been tricked so miserably by him. Young master, spare me, spare me. Speak. What did the impersonator do when he brought you to the fiery valley? This was what F.A. Wu Dao was most concerned about. Even the half-emperor of the family had been tricked. He was afraid that someone would impersonate him and continue to deceive people. However, what he feared would happen. Thinking about what Yi Fei had done in the fiery valley, F.A. Yihai's vision darkened. He was so angry that he almost fainted again. Young master, I didn't know that person was an impersonator. He's too shameless. He borrowed 10 billion spirit stones in your name. He even wrote a receipt and put his fingerprint on it. What? 10 billion? Oh my God. This person is so deranged. Just how much hatred does he have with the young master and our school of legalism? All the guards of the school of legalism sucked in a cold breath. F.A. Wu Dao's veins were popping out of his forehead. He was so angry that he twisted Chun Mingyao's hand. Chun Mingyao could only endure. This was the path she had chosen. Even if she had to hold back her tears, she had to continue walking. Wu Dao, don't be angry. As long as we catch that person, the truth will be revealed. Chun Mingyao endured the pain and smiled at F.A. Wu Dao. Yes, catch him. Catch that person for this young master. No matter who he is, this young master will tear him apart. He actually borrowed 10 billion spirit stones. He actually borrowed 10 billion spirit stones. Chapter 1105. Charge! Charge! At that moment, Yi Fei did not know that a huge crisis was coming for him. He was still pondering over the general principles of craftsmanship that Master Zhu had purposely passed on to him. It was the essence of the Zhu family's craftsmanship. It was broad and profound. Even with the undying sword soul that increased his comprehension, Yi Fei still found it difficult to comprehend it. In the end, he had never refined a weapon before. Many of the technical terms in it gave him a headache. Fortunately, his interest was not in the method of refining, but in the general outline of refining the knowledge about psychokinesis. These were the things that Yi Fei was really interested in. I don't know if this old man did it on purpose. He actually mixed all the terms related to the cultivation of telekinesis into craftsmanship. It's really difficult to comprehend the complete cultivation method of telekinesis. Yi Fei felt like his head was going to explode after trying to comprehend it for a few days. Right at that moment, Master Zhu suddenly laughed in ecstasy. It's done. I've finally finished repairing Martial Emperor Han Bing's ice bow. It's half an emperor weapon that I've repaired. Ha ha ha. Master Zhu was so happy that he did not even care that Yi Fei was in front of him. He was already dancing with joy. At the same time, the telekinesis on his body rippled like a tide. Yi Fei was surprised to find that Master Zhu's telekinesis had become stronger. To a craftsman, craftsmanship is cultivation. Craftsmanship can increase telekinesis. Wait, I understand now. Boom. Yi Fei's head was filled with a roar. The outline of refining, which was originally obscure and difficult to understand, was gradually becoming clear in front of his eyes. Although there were still many things that he couldn't understand, there was no doubt that Yi Fei had also comprehended at the initial stage how to cultivate psychokinesis. F.A. Yihai, you idiot. You're a pig. I don't care what method you have. Gather all the IOUs and destroy them immediately. At this time, Lawless angrily rushed into the city, rampaging and lawless. This was Lawless, the arrogance that a young master of the legalism school should have. At the same time, F.A. Wu Dao's reappearance shocked the crowd outside the fiery valley. They had clearly seen F.A. Wu Dao enter the fiery valley. How could there be another F.A. Wu Dao, dressed in bright clothes and riding a horse, charging in from outside the city? F.A. Yihai's intestines turned green, and his face was filled with regret and pain. Under F.A. Wu Dao's threat, he loudly cupped his fists at the scions of the aristocratic families who had borrowed spirit stones from Yi Fei. I'm sorry, young masters. The person from before was a fake. He is not the young master of the legalism school. His IOU is also invalid. What? It's ineffective. That Fa Wu Dao, who borrowed spirit stones from us, was a fake? Who is so crazy? We don't believe it. We don't care. Lawless Law is the one who borrowed spirit stones from us. Lawless Law? Don't even think about denying it. We have a written agreement. Isn't this written by a legalist half-emperor? Isn't this handprint in the name of Lawless Law? We don't care. Return our spirit stones. Return our hard-earned spirit stones. The scions of the aristocratic families present were so angry that their eyes turned red. That was a whole 10 billion spirit stones. Were they going to be wasted just like that? Who knew how much blood had been spat out on the ground? The people who had lent tens of millions of spirit stones were still fine, but the scions who had been forced by Yi Fei to lend hundreds of millions of spirit stones had fainted on the spot. Now that they saw the real Lawless Law, who didn't seem to acknowledge the debt, someone in the crowd roared. The scions of the aristocratic families, who felt that they had been cheated and their dignity humiliated, all roared. Beat that impostor to death. Make him return our hard-earned spirit stones. That fake Lawless Law will die a horrible death. He's not human. We must beat him to death and tear him to shreds. He cheated us of 10 billion spirit stones right off the bat. Who can tolerate this? Brothers, why don't we charge into the fiery valley and beat him to death? Charge! Charge! Rage engulfed the land. Even a martial sage of the Zhu family didn't dare to stop this rage. He could only watch as Lawless Law led hundreds of victims into the fiery valley like a pack of hungry wolves, ready to settle the score with Yi Fei. Quick! We must inform the third miss and Grandmaster Zhu about this. The Lawless Law inside is actually a fake. The martial sage of the Zhu family also became furious. The furious crowd scared Fa Yihai so much that he shivered and hid in a corner. His heart was filled with regret and grievance. When he thought of how he had mysteriously betrayed his family under Yi Fei's deceit and became a traitor, and most importantly, he had even sworn a heavenly Dao blood oath to follow Yi Fei, Fa Yihai was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Then his eyes were filled with fear. No, I can't let them capture that fake young master. He has my blood oath. If he's done for, I'll be done for too. I must inform the fake young master. Tell him to escape. Fa Yihai hurriedly used the blood oath to send a message to Yi Fei using his soul. After that, his face was filled with grief, anger, and bewilderment. He was a half-martial emperor. Not only had he been betrayed, he even had to help the person who betrayed him pass on information. That feeling was both bitter and bitter. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. The blood oath's voice transmissions were almost synchronized. Just as Fa Yihai's voice transmissions were sent, Yi Fei received the news. He was speechless, but he also felt that he was very innocent. It was clearly Fa Wu Dao who wanted to borrow spirit stones from them. If they wanted spirit stones, they should go to Fa Wu Dao. Why were they all coming at him? Luckily, Grandmaster Zhu has helped me to repair this ice bow. Now, I should plan how to escape. Should I just kill my way out? Definitely not. He alone couldn't withstand the fury of hundreds of people, especially when there was a super genius like Fa Yihai. Looks like I can only use the Heavenly Treasure Mask to bluff my way through. Luckily, I'm not alone here. Grandmaster Zhu, I'll have to trouble you. Yi Fei's face was apologetic. Then it turned into respect and gratitude. He respectfully received the complete ice bow from Grandmaster Zhu. Yi Fei's face was filled with excitement and gratitude. He bowed deeply. Grandmaster Zhu, thank you. Without you, Fa Yihai, wouldn't be here today. However, there's one more thing I need to trouble Grandmaster Zhu with. Hee, young Master Fa, you don't have to be like this. If there's anything you want to ask, just say it. I'll tell you everything I know. Grandmaster Zhu had already dug a fire pit and was waiting for Yi Fei to jump in. His eyes were filled with expectation. He was waiting for Yi Fei to ask about the general principles of refining. Then, he would be furious and accuse Yi Fei of secretly learning the Zhu family's secret art. If he didn't marry Zhu Xiaomei and give the Zhu family an explanation, he wouldn't be able to leave. Grandmaster Zhu, please take a look behind you. What exactly is that? Why is it standing behind you? Yifei asked, looking puzzled. What? Something is standing behind me? Grandmaster Zhu was startled. He subconsciously turned his head to take a look. Just as he turned around, a shadow appeared behind him. Just as he turned around, a strong gust of wind blew behind Grandmaster Zhu. It was so strong that Grandmaster Zhu didn't even know what was going on. His eyes widened as he fainted on the ground. Fae hi, this shameless junior. How dare you trick me, Dong? Grandmaster Zhu fainted on the ground, filled with confusion and anger. Then, Yifei took his clothes. Grandmaster Zhu, don't worry. I, Yifei, am a righteous person. I won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. I'm just borrowing your clothes to wear. As the saying goes, if a friend dies, I won't die. I'll take my leave first. Chapter 1106. Zhu Xiaomei acts coquettishly not long after he took on Master Zhu's appearance. The angry roars of countless martial artists could be heard from outside the raging fire valley. Yifei's expression changed when he heard those voices. Goddamned imposter, return us our spirit stones. That's 10 billion spirit stones. You have to spit out how much you've cheated. Spitting out so much? No matter who catches him, don't ask which family he's from. Beat him until he bleeds. Lawless Fa is here. You imposter, come out if you have the guts. I, Lawless Fa, will kill myself if I can't kill you in 10 moves. Boom. His immense anger turned Lawless Fa's voice into waves that shook the fire well in the raging fire valley. Yifei's face was full of bitterness. He felt that he was too unlucky. He hadn't done anything wrong. So why did so many people want to beat him up and kill him? Especially Lawless Fa. He was too strong. Yifei wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight, but hearing the agitated voices of the crowd, he couldn't help but feel infuriated. Obviously, these aristocratic children were already extremely angry. They obviously wouldn't give him a chance to fight alone. If these people were to join forces, they wouldn't need to be many. Each of them would use one move, and the combined power would be enough to kill him a few hundred times. The anger of an emperor is indeed terrifying. The anger of hundreds of emperors can destroy the raging fire valley. No, I can't go out like this. It's better to take the wind fire gourd. It's safer. Yifei hurried back and put Master Zhu's wind fire gourd on him. He made up his mind. If these people really wanted his life, he would release all the divine fire in the gourd and fight it out with them. I'm just here to repair the ice bow. I didn't do anything wrong. Although I borrowed a lot of spirit stones, I wrote a receipt and put my fingerprint on it. With that thought, Yifei felt that he hadn't done anything wrong. The ones who were wrong were those who lent him spirit stones. He tidied up his treasured robe. Then he hung the Zhu family's treasure, the wind fire gourd, on his waist. Yifei pretended to be shocked and hurried over to where Lawless Fa was. From afar, Yifei could see Fa Wudao's ashen face, leading a group of red-eyed, aristocratic family disciples. They had already charged through the mortal fire area and into the earthly fire area. Yifei thought to himself, that was close. Luckily, he reacted fast enough. He had almost been surrounded. It's Master Zhu. Master Zhu. Although these great clan disciples were furious, many of them suppressed their anger and hurriedly bowed to Yifei in the face of a highly respected weaponsmith who could forge pseudo-emperor weapons. Fa Wu Dao also quickly bowed to Yifei, then said in a low voice, Master Zhu, you came at the right time. Someone is impersonating me, Lawless Law, to ruin my reputation. Where is that person now? How can there be two Fa Wu Dao? The one inside is a fake. I even worked hard to help him fix his weapon. How ridiculous. How could I have been fooled? Yifei froze when he saw Lawless Fa. Then, his face turned as green as Lawless Fa's. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Pointing angrily, he said, that bastard is in the heavenly fire area. He must be plotting something when he sent me away. Lawless Fa, you're the one who caused this. I don't care what you do, but you must resolve this properly. Yifei stomped his feet and clasped his hands behind his back. His face was full of anger and embarrassment at being deceived. He flung his robe aside and stormed off. No one doubted Yi Fei's identity. When they saw that the highly respected Master Zhu had left in anger because he had been deceived, the disciples of the gods became even angrier. Down with the impostor. Don't worry, Master Zhu. I, Lawless Fa, will skin that person alive and make him regret impersonating me. Lawless Fa's face was contorted with malevolence. When he heard that Yi Fei was inside, he seemed ready to resist. With Lawless Fa taking the lead, hundreds of disciples of the gods stormed in. That sudden burst of murderous intent made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. If it weren't for the fact that there were martial artists rushing in from time to time, Yi Fei would have summoned the dragon turtle and fled the raging fire valley. 13th uncle, why did you come out? That impostor is over there. I'm going to hack him to death. It wasn't easy for him to muddle his way out of the raging fire valley. Unfortunately, he met Zhu Xiaomei again. This was another person who wanted to kill him. Yi Fei felt that he was too unlucky. Wherever he went, bad luck followed. Of course, on the surface, Yi Fei tried his best to maintain an angry expression. He waved his hand angrily and said, "Don't mention that impostor to me. I don't want to hear that name again. That person is inside. You guys go in immediately. They can fight, but they can't damage the raging fire valley." After saying that, Yi Fei waved his sleeves and continued to walk out angrily. Although the martial sages of the Zhu clan felt that the master was leaving in a hurry, they were worried that the raging fire valley might be damaged. They quickly rushed in. Only Zhu Xiaomei had a temper. She was a girl after all, so she was more sensitive. She saw that Yi Fei wasn't walking towards his residence. It seemed like he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the city. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaomei thought of something and rushed back angrily. "Well done, 13th uncle. You actually lied to me." Zhu Xiaomei carried her golden halberd and blocked Yi Fei's path in a domineering manner. Yi Fei was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He thought to himself, "This woman is really strange. I pretended to be Master Zhu quite well. What did I give myself away?" Yi Fei immediately thought of a way to make Zhu Xiaomei shut up. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't say anything for a long time, it was obvious that he was feeling guilty. Zhu Xiaomei was even more pleased. She raised her head proudly and snorted, "Humph, 13th uncle, I guessed right. You must be thinking of ditching me and going to some dangerous place to find refining materials. I, Zhu Xiaomei, will not let you succeed." Cough, cough. Yi Fei quickly coughed to hide his guilty conscience. At the same time, he was incomparably depressed. Meeting Zhu Xiaomei was truly the greatest misfortune. He simply changed the topic and pointed in the direction of the raging fire valley. "Didn't you want to kill that person? Why aren't you going in? If you're late, you won't have the chance anymore." 13th uncle, do you think I'm still a child? Do you think you can send me away with just a few words? You are the fire treasure of our Zhu clan. Father said that while you are in the martial god space, I will protect you wherever you go. 13th uncle, can you take me with you? A weapon master was also very precious in a quasi-emperor family. Zhu Xiaomei really wanted to see who had the guts to impersonate Fa Wudao. But in the end, Master Zhu's safety was more important. Seeing that Yi Fei was sullen and not saying anything, Zhu Xiaomei immediately began to act coquettishly. She put away her golden halberd and immediately turned into a lively and beautiful girl. She continuously grabbed one of Yi Fei's hands and shook it like a little girl acting coquettishly with an elder. Yi Fei didn't know that this was actually Zhu Xiaomei's unique skill. In the Zhu clan, as long as she acted coquettishly like this, no elder could resist. They would quickly be defeated and, at the same time, they would grant her every request. But today, Zhu Xiaomei had clearly chosen the wrong target. Seeing that Zhu Xiaomei was actually pulling his hand and acting coquettishly, Yi Fei's eyes were wide open. He didn't know how to react so that Zhu Xiaomei wouldn't see through him. Chapter 11:07. This person must die. Zhu Xiaomei decided to act coquettishly until 13th uncle agreed to bring her along. 13th uncle, please bring me along. You doted on me the most in the past. 13th uncle, I know you don't like having too many people following you. Can I go alone? If it's really not possible, 13th uncle, tell me the materials you need. I'll see if I can get some from other families. Zhu Xiaomei really worked hard. She shook Yi Fei's left hand, then shook Yi Fei's right hand. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't react, Zhu Xiaomei wanted to grab Yi Fei's white beard. Third miss, don't mess around with this old man. This old man really has something important to do and can't bring you along. Yi Fei felt wronged. He was in a hurry to escape, but Zhu Xiaomei just had to surround him. He couldn't make a move, but he couldn't make a move either. If he made a move, he would be exposed. If he didn't make a move, would he be exhausted to death by Zhu Xiaomei? Looking at the time, Lawless and the others were about to reach the heavenly fire area. If they rushed in and found the unconscious Grandmaster Zhu, the consequences would be terrifying. Just thinking about it made Yi Fei shudder. No, he had to get rid of Zhu Xiaomei as soon as possible. At this moment, Yi Fei didn't care if Zhu Xiaomei saw through him. He shouted sternly, interrupting Zhu Xiaomei's coquettish act. Then, he put on a displeased expression and prepared to leave angrily with his hands behind his back. What's wrong with 13th uncle? I didn't do anything wrong. Why is he shouting at me? Zhu Xiaomei felt even more wronged, but when she thought of the importance of a grandmaster to the Zhu family, Zhu Xiaomei decided to use her trump card. Just as Yi Fei thought that he had scared Zhu Xiaomei and that he could safely escape, Zhu Xiaomei suddenly pounced on him like a hungry tiger. She was like a little kid who was acting shamelessly. She actually jumped onto Yi Fei's back. Then, she hung onto Yi Fei's body like a koala and swayed back and forth. Third miss, what are you doing? Yi Fei was so scared that his voice changed a little. He almost thought that Zhu Xiaomei was going to sneak up on him from behind. Zhu Xiaomei just hung on his body and continued to act coquettishly. 13th uncle, if you don't bring me there, then I'll make you carry me there. Even Xiao Qiao was not as shameless as Zhu Xiaomei. Yi Fei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. His face turned green and white. He really didn't have the time to continue wasting time with Zhu Xiaomei. He let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. Little girl, you really can't grow up. You're already an adult, but you're still acting shamelessly. Take it that this old man is afraid of you. Go back and change into some low-profile clothes. 13th uncle will take you out to gain experience. 13th uncle, don't lie to me. Only then did Zhu Xiaomei jump down from Yi Fei's body. Her eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. Obviously, it was not easy to fool him. Yi Fei felt very bitter in his heart. On the surface, he still maintained the kind smile of an elder. He reached out and patted Zhu Xiaomei's head. You child, you're still so clever. 13th uncle can lie to anyone, but I won't lie to you. Be good, quickly change your clothes. As he said that, Yi Fei's hand had already lightly patted Zhu Xiaomei's head a few times. This was his trump card when dealing with Xiao Qiao. Once Xiao Qiao threw a tantrum, Yi Fei would quickly pat Xiao Qiao's head a few times. Naturally, Xiao Qiao would become obedient. Clearly, this move was also effective on Zhu Xiaomei. Feeling Yi Fei's kind gaze and hearing Yi Fei's caring words, Zhu Xiaomei finally believed him and smiled happily. 13th uncle, wait for me. I'll go change my clothes now. Go quickly. Child, don't be in such a hurry. Yi Fei was addicted to being an elder. In the end, he did not forget to say a few words of concern, coaxing Zhu Xiaomei to be happy. She had never felt that the old-fashioned 13th uncle would be so nice. Not only did he know how to say heartwarming words, he even patted her head. It looks like 13th uncle is quite interesting. When Zhu Xiaomei left, she was still in a very good mood. She also did not notice that the moment she left, 13th uncle, who was smiling, immediately unleashed all of his primordial spirit. He did not care if anyone would see through his disguise. In one breath, Yi Fei activated 100 miles in an instant 8 times, teleporting 800 miles away. Even so, Yifei still felt that it was not safe enough. He quickly took out the dragon turtle and rode it, continuing to teleport. Heavens, I didn't expect that Grandmaster Zhu is not only good at refining weapons, his speed is also so fast. A number of warriors who saw this scene were secretly shocked. But before their shock passed, in the raging fire valley, Grandmaster Zhu slowly woke up and immediately recalled the scene when Yifei knocked him unconscious. He originally wanted to scheme against Yifei, but he ended up being tricked by Yifei. Grandmaster Zhu was so angry that his face turned black. Then, he noticed that the treasured clothes that he had painstakingly refined had disappeared. Then, he noticed that the Zhu family's treasure, the Windfire Gourd, which was filled with divine fire, had also disappeared. Grandmaster Zhu immediately let out an angry roar that was even more furious than the vicious beasts. Lawless F.A., I curse all 18 generations of your legalists. My heavenly silkworm treasure clothes, my Windfire Gourd. You are clearly going to cut off my path to becoming the Emperor's tutor. I, Zhu Ao, swear that I will not coexist with you. Grandmaster Zhu's face turned from black to green. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling violently. However, before he could figure out what was going on, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, hundreds of disciples from aristocratic families rushed in under Lawless F.A.'s lead. Then, they saw the shirtless Grandmaster Zhu, who had obviously been robbed. At the same time, Grandmaster Zhu also saw Lawless F.A. at the front of the crowd. Grandmaster Zhu's eyes instantly turned red. He pointed at Lawless F.A. and roared, "Lawless F.A., how dare you come back? I kindly help you repair your ice bow, but you actually burned the bridge after crossing it. Not only did you knock me unconscious, you even robbed me. You are so shameless. Return me my heavenly silkworm treasure clothes. Return me my Windfire Gourd." Then, Grandmaster Zhu charged at Lawless F.A. as if he had gone mad. He actually started fighting with his life on the line. The hundreds of disciples around were all dumbfounded. How could this be? Didn't Master Zhu just go out? How could he be knocked unconscious? And it seemed like he was robbed by Lao Wu Dao. Grandmaster Zhu, let me explain. We have all been deceived. The one who knocked you unconscious wasn't me. It was that imposter. He has too much guts. Not only did he impersonate me, he even dared to impersonate Grandmaster Zhu and escape in front of me. Investigate. No matter who he is, I, Lawless F.A., will exterminate his entire family. Boom! Lawless F.A.'s roar caused the entire fiery valley to shake violently. A few of the ordinary fire wells were shaken to the point of collapse. On the other side, Zhu Xiaomei was still jumping around, preparing to change her clothes. She was stunned when she heard Lawless F.A.'s roar. Then, she suddenly turned around and ran back to Yi Fei's place as fast as she could. She saw that it was empty and there was no one in sight. Zhu Xiaomei couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In her mind, Yi Fei kept patting her head and saying those sincere words to her. "This child, you are always so clever. 13th uncle would never lie to you. Good girl." That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.